Like to call the Fisheries Committee meeting. This meeting is being streamed live, recorded in public record. According to www.nzwildlife. Margo, you do a roll call.
Good morning. I'm going to do a roll call for our Fisheries Committee members. John Stone.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Monty Crump.
Here.
Tommy Fongle.
Here.
Brad Stanback.
Here.
Hayden Rogers.
Here.
John Alexander.
Here.
And ex officio members Mark Craig and Landon Zimmer.
Here. Thank you, Margo. First up is Corey Oakley, who's going to give 27 recommendations for inland fishery.
Good morning, everybody. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. We'll briefly go through the inland fisheries annual cycle rules for 2027. These are proposals for 2027, 2028. And then if you have questions about any of them, by all means, please ask. So the first is, you've seen this before, is to establish a striped bass harvest season from April 1st to April 30th in the inland waters of the Tar Pamlico and its tributaries, and also the Neuse River and its tributaries. The daily creel limit for striped bass and their hybrids will be 1 fish. It'll be unlawful to possess a striped bass or striped bass hybrid less than 18 inches and anything between 22 and 27 inches in length. Basically, we have a hatchery produced fishery there. This will allow the angling public to be able to take fish home while we continue to research and identify the bottlenecks for the population. Next, this will increase the minimum size limit of striped bass and the hybrids in Lake Townsend from 16 to 20 inches. They're basically no longer being, we are no longer stocking them in Lake Townsend. Management for that species has been completed. They're in Lake Townsend, and this will basically move the rule to the statewide rule for that species. Remove the daily creel limit for largemouth bass less than or equal to 14 inches and create a creel limit of 5 fish per day for fish greater than 14 inches at Lake Holt. We have a stunted fishery at Lake Holt. It's been overpopulated since I was there 25 years ago, or 23 years ago. The population needs harvest of smaller fish, and so hopefully this rule would promote that. We will remove the 16-inch minimum size limit for largemouth bass at Cane Creek. This was a trophy regulation that was put in place at Cane Creek in Union County. We have 2 Cane Creek reservoirs. This is the one in Union County. And that has led to, as you would suspect, smaller fish and poor catch rates of legal size fish. So we need to remove that minimum size limit. Then on bluefish, increase the daily creel limit from 3 to 5 fish. This goes along with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Fishery Management Plan for bluefish. And then sheep's head would reduce the daily creel limit from 10 to 5 fish and increase the minimum size limit from 10 to 14 inches. And this goes along with the recommendations of the NCDMF's Fishery Management Plan for sheep's head. Mr. Chairman, that's all the rules. If anybody has any questions about any of them, I'd be glad to answer those at this time. Yes.
Go back to the Tar Pamlico Neuse. What did we do on the Cape Fear?
There's no season on the Cape Fear at this time. We are not proposing a season at this time on the Cape Fear.
In that waters, in the Cape Fear water, the same as Pamlico Neuse? We do all the stocking, we do everything.
It's in cooperation with the NC Division of Marine Fisheries and the Edenton National Fish Hatchery. The NC Division of Marine Fisheries is trying to they're still working on trying to establish a population of fish there. We currently don't believe that's possible there, but we're co-managing it with them. So they don't want a season there at this point in time. So we're not proposing a season at this point.
Vote on that not to have a season?
Vote on that to not have a season.
I think it, but Corey, quite frankly, I'm thinking, it's the same. From what y'all presented, it's
correct.
Exactly the same as the Tar Pamlico Neuse. It's a stock water why are we penalizing the fishermen on the Cape Fear when we're letting the fishermen on Pamlico and Noose fish? That's my question.
Yes, sir. So we're, like I said, we're trying to co-manage the population with the Division Marine
We
Fisheries.
can't manage anything with DMF.
We're trying to co-manage with Division Marine Fisheries. And so to answer your question is, they believe that there is still a possibility of restoration on the Cape Fear River.
I believe in Santa Claus.
We currently disagree with them on that. We don't agree with that. And there's a lot of reasons for that. The main reasons are the locks and dams that are along that river. We're letting them continue, well, not letting, we're co-managing, and they're continuing to pursue restoration at this time. We don't believe restoration at this time is possible on the Noose and the Tar. Therefore, we're allowing the season on the Noose and the Tar. And we both believe in that at this point in time.
Again, did we have a vote on this when it was originally brought up? Was it brought to a vote of allowing fisheries? And Kristen, I think you said that it was a fishery that was totally stocked, that we should allow the anglers to have an opportunity to fish it. Or Nuts and Pamlico.
So, yes, that we had talked about that. That was this point, the big difference is for the Tar, Pamlico, Marine Fisheries is willing to open up coastal waters, will open up joint waters. So you'll be able to fish basically their water, parts of their waters, our waters, and joint waters. The big thing in the Cape Fear at this point is the fact that the only thing that we would have unilateral control over is upstream of Lock Dam 1, which is not where the fish are, not where we've been stopped.
Good.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
No, I should have said that. Apologize.
Would have been implemented that matter. Okay.
Well, we've been managed. I don't know how long the fisheries management plan's been in place. I don't know the year, the date in my mind. Ben, do you know that year, date in your mind? Great.
See somebody, I'd have to, I don't want to tell you wrong.
For some reason, 08 stands out in my mind, but that might be wrong. Like 2008, something in that range. That stands in my, might be the wrong date. I don't know if that answers.
Maybe this will be the year.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Corey, I just have a quick curiosity question, like, with the reduced season in the Roanoke and now I guess no season, but I assume folks still actually go fish, they just release them, like, what's
Correct.
about, have y'all estimated like what the percentage drop, I guess, in folks out there?
You're about to hear a presentation on that very soon. It's 2 talks away, I think. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Cory about the rural proposals? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Jake Rath, the Mountain Water Research Coordinator. You can give us a update on the center renovation public out there.
Good morning, everyone. Really excited to talk to you this morning about some of the work. You're really familiar with the Setzer renovation project, but I'm really going to focus on our efforts to engage anglers, engage the public, to let them know what's happening with that project and what they can expect in their trout fishing over the next couple of years. For a little bit of background, the waters that the Wildlife Resources Commission manage for trout, those are our public mountain trout waters. And we have a really big trout program. It covers the western 26 counties, about 5,300 miles, 2,600 acres of water. There's 5 different regulatory classifications that govern everything from wild, naturally reproducing trout, including native brook trout, to our really intensively managed stock trout fisheries. And these waters are really popular as well. Back in 2022, which was our last survey of our trout anglers directly, we found about 400,000 folks fish for trout in the waters that the commission manages. And that had a significant impact to the state's economy of about $1.4 billion. And additionally, those impacts to local towns and communities and and the folks that interact and depend on these resources as well. But the two most popular waters within our program are our hatchery supported and delayed harvest trout waters. Anglers consistently note them as the waters that they target the most. And these happen to be the two resources that are really dependent and are actually solely dependent on our stocking efforts to maintain. So that brings us to the Setzer renovation project. This facility was built back in the 50s. We've been managing it since the early 80s, but it's really one of the backbones of our trout production program. It's our largest production facility. So the renovation of this project has the potential to impact some of those angling experiences that are so popular that depend upon those stock trout. But as we know, the rebuild was really necessary. It's just time. You can see in this photo the concrete raceway wall crumbling, falling apart. That infrastructure is just aging. Leaking pipes, not able to use the water as efficiently as we would like to. Needs to construct new infrastructure to help with production from all life stages, and to really bring this facility up to a modern trout production facility that can not only meet our historic needs, but those well into the future to keep our public mountain trout waters program as robust and as popular as it really is on into the future. I know we've talked about it forever. There's been all sorts of challenges, as you're aware, but the project started. The construction materials are being moved on site. All the fish are off the farm. They're at other WRC facilities. So it's happening. And with that, the anticipated completion of the project's 18 to 24 months. So given all of that, we wanted to, again, make sure that we're letting the public know, that we're keeping them aware of what's happening, what's going on. And so I'm going to touch on some of the things that we have done and continue to do to make sure that our anglers and the public are aware of the renovation project. And one of the things that we've been sharing are these key messages about, okay, you're going to go out to fish your favorite stream. Here's what you can expect. And so anglers during the renovation, they can expect to see a reduction in trout, but we're doing things to maximize those trout angling experiences. We're pulling those stocking dates closer to those really popular spring times for hatchery supported waters. So there's no July stockings during the project. We've had to eliminate those really popular winter stockings that have happened across the state. Those were dependent on surplus fish, and there just won't be any surplus fish available during the renovation. Our production staff are working really hard to purchase fish from the private sector. North Carolina is a state that produces a lot of trout, and so trying to offset some of our losses through that. And again, letting folks know that, hey, it may look different. We may not be able to stock the exact months that you're used to seeing, but all of these streams are equally important. They'll all be stocked. It's just going to look a little differently, and we'll share information to help them understand how those changes might be over these 2 years where this interruption will occur. So we're doing things like speaking to angling groups directly. Those are great. So a large collection of folks that we can reach. For instance, talking to Trout Unlimited groups across the state to let them know about the project. We're also doing things to meet anglers where they're at. In hatchery supported streams in particular, we've been handing out business cards that have information about the renovation, where you can go to learn more. That way we can interact directly with those anglers and make sure that they're aware of what's going on. And that's been a really successful program. And a lot of thanks to our enforcement staff who've been integral in this, production staff, and of course the biological staff as well. Production of videos. This is an older video. 2 brand new videos are ready to be posted online. One with David and Corey talking about the project itself, kind of going through the facility. And then there's one with me where I go into all the things anglers can expect to see as well. So getting these videos up for folks to see and pass around. We're doing work with signage. A really nice sign will be at the construction site itself. That's a really popular area. A lot of folks come through there. But again, if someone shows up there, they'll be able to take a look and get more information about what's happening. But we've also made signage that we're getting out to high traffic areas. U.S. Forest Service visitor centers, for example, Pisgah, Appalachia, Grandfather, they get a lot of traffic with people asking questions, but also outfitters going to guide shops, making sure these signs are up, that so not only their clientele as they come in can get information, but those folks themselves, they interact a lot with our trout anglers. So helping them have the correct information as they get questions and be able to share that with our trout anglers. And you've probably seen that QR code through the last couple signs, but we've developed a page specifically for the Setzer Innovation Project. This ncwildlife.gov/Setzer is a way to really walk people through the renovation and bring them along with us as we're going through this. So a lot of the information will be posted there, including pictures and construction updates, all that sort of stuff. Again, when somebody has a question, we can help get them to a centralized place to help answer what that might be. A lot of work through the media. A couple weeks ago, a big press release went out. It's gotten a lot of traction and interaction with various forms of media, and in addition to social media posts to get the news out and communicate, and interviews. Whether it's podcasts like Two Ball Biologist or talking the WJUL, which is way out there on the far western end of the state. And I'm going tomorrow to talk to WLS out of Asheville in the morning. So folks are picking this up and doing a great job of helping us share the word so as many people as possible can be aware. And then finally, we're doing something that's really unique as well with our social science team. We've got a project underway that's 3 phases where we're talking to anglers. We're engaging them and asking questions. And the first phase was before construction began. We were able to get this done in 2024. And it's really seeing, okay, how aware are they of our stocking program? How aware are they of the renovation project? How concerned are they? So that lets us get that sense of their thoughts, but also how might this impact them? So we're asking, how might your angling change? What might you do differently? Gathering that information as well. And also, we understand that many folks' livelihoods are intertwined with our program. So we wanted to reach out directly to outfitters to ask them what they thought and to see how the renovation may impact them and their activities. And then 2 other phases of this work will be, the second one will be during the project. We'll ask the same questions. Not only will we be gathering info, but we will be talking directly to those anglers. So if there's something that we're missing or we need to change, we'll have the chance to pivot and to make those adjustments. But we'll also speak to them after. So hopefully everything's done by 2031 and it looks exactly like it did before the project began, and to see how things change. I mentioned this is unique. These types of data and information really aren't out there So it's a chance for us to take a look at this big project and to see what went right, what went wrong, what should we maybe change next time? So whether it's planned or unplanned, to give us that information. Plus, our other states are going to be having to do this too. Their infrastructure is aging. They're going to have to go through something similar. So hopefully they'll be able to learn from us as well. And we're looking forward. It's going to be, short-term challenges, but long-term gain from this project. And we're going to keep getting the word out to folks to make sure that everybody's with us as we go along. Logistical challenges abound, so things are going to change. And so as we change, as we pivot, we're going to make sure that the public is aware and everybody understands what's happening, and to keep everyone on the same page, and again, bring us all along together on this project and journey. And with that, I'm happy to take questions if there's time. Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the fish in the hatcheries, and I'm looking at the fish that come out of the truck. Question, how do you get them from where in the hatcheries up into the truck?
It's a lot of work. Yeah, we've got no. They corral them or seine them and then dip them out. So it's a lot of physical work to make that happen. So yeah, we've got one of the best production staffs in the country. So they work hard and make all that happen.
With the strongest backs too out there.
It's impressive. Yes.
Jake, if I may, great presentation. Couple of questions. I understand you're talking about the numbers of fish being impacted, and that's obviously understandable. Can you talk to me about, are we going to impact all streams equally, or are we going to eliminate some of our kind of, to talk to me how you guys are doing that?
Yeah, equally. To
Okay.
spread it across the whole program.
It'll still be managed and it is stocked with less fish. We're not actually taking some sections and keeping, like the Tuckasegee, for example, robust, which is our most fish river out there, and letting some of the secondary tributaries suffer. Like, have you guys considered all those things?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the plan and the goal is to spread it equally across all waters.
Okay, now talk to me about size of fish, how it's going to impact the quality of fish we catch.
Yeah, that may vary because of what we'll be able to produce internally and what they'll be able to purchase from the private market as well. So we'll aim for the best that we can. Our average fish now is 10.5 inches and 4% over 14. During all this, I think it's really just going to vary what those ultimately end up being. Yes, sir. Yeah. Good.
And then finally, on the communication piece with the anglers and stuff and the ball biologist podcast, which I actually enjoy. It's not staring at me too late nights. Calming and informative, but it really is. I mean, I don't know if you guys have listened to it, but it's kind of fun. But a lot of our people that this impacts with our economics and the relationships we have with stakeholders and counties and such. I would like to encourage us to look at maybe packaging some of our press releases and things that we do to the masses, target that toward weekly newspaper. I can assist you guys in kind of, once a month, if you've got some updates you want to do. I think it's a really good way for us to hit our commissioners and folks out there, let them know that this 1.2 billion is coming. Let them anticipate problems. Probably would help us, but that's all I got.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Does anybody have anything else for Jack? Sir.
I just wanted to add, Roger, since you were asking about the size of fish, the other thing that's going to change is the species composition. I mean, the vast majority of all are rainbows, and so we're going to see a lot more rainbows, and of course that does impact catch rates, probably in a positive way in general, but over time, browns hang out the longest in the last months, so you're not going to see those really as much in the system. Will still be producing those in Armstrong and Valley Ford.
Are rainbows cheaper to buy if we have to buy? They are, aren't they?
Yeah, just because they're
Yeah.
Thank you, Jake.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions for Jake? Thank you very much. Next, we have Jeremy Fargo's going to talk to us about tracking angler habits on the Roanoke River striped bass.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here again. Yeah, as Mr. Stone mentioned, I'm going to talk to you about the Roanoke River Striped Bass Creel Survey and how we've tracked angler habits for more than 35 years now. The Roanoke River striped bass fishery is arguably one of the longest and most studied fisheries we have in the state. It's been studied for many decades now. From 1956 through 1987, Dr. William Hassler at NC State University conducted numerous studies on the river, on the striped bass in the river, as well as Albemarle Sound. Among those studies was a lot of creel surveys to estimate catch and harvest, primarily of striped bass coming out of the Roanoke River. In 1988, he decided he would retire, and the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission staff took over the creel survey on the Roanoke River. Traditionally, it's been the job of the research coordinators in the coastal region to conduct the creel survey, and it started with Tony Mullis and moved on to several more of our now retired biologists, Kent Nelson, Pete Cornegi, Chad Thomas. Kevin Dockendorf is still a research coordinator in the coastal region. He ran the survey for a couple years before handing over to me in 2017. I also mentioned that we couldn't do the creel survey without the help of hiring temporary creel technicians each spring. They do the bulk of the work, the interviews with the anglers, working 4 10-hour days every weekend of the spring season to monitor the fishery. We also have extensive help from enforcement officers in both District 3 and District 1 that are really instrumental in helping us conduct those interviews. And numerous district biologists and field staff have helped all the time with the creel survey. And lastly, we are dependent on cooperation from the anglers themselves to volunteer their information when they're approached at boat ramps. And we greatly appreciate all of their participation so that we can collect the data that I'm about to show you in the next few slides. So the objective of our creel survey is first and foremost to estimate the effort, catch, and harvest of striped bass in the Roanoke River each spring. And also we have a chance to document demographics and the fishing habits of anglers. So the creel survey is a access-based survey where we interview anglers completing their trips at boat ramps throughout the Roanoke River Basin. And here we see a map of the lower Roanoke River, which begins at the Roanoke Rapids Lake Dam and flows downstream to the mouth of the Albemarle Sound down around Plymouth. We have about 13 boat ramps that we can conduct interviews at, and we divide that river into the upper zone and a lower zone. The upper zone is from the dam at Roanoke Rapids Lake down to the Edwards Ferry boating access area near Scotland Neck, and then the lower zone is everything from that boat ramp at Scotland Neck down to the Highway 45 bridge in near Plymouth. Again, we interview anglers as they're completing their trips. We ask them, how many striped bass did you catch? If they harvested any, we ask them, we weigh and measure them. We ask them, how long do they fish? Basically, when they start till when they finish their trip. We also have a chance to ask them where they come from, what county or state are they from, what type of bait did they use, and often we will ask them how much money did they spend to fish on that trip for that day. We use probability-based sampling to expand those daily estimates to by day of use, by day and access area use probabilities to estimate those metrics for the whole season. So moving on to some results from more recent years of the creel survey, here we see inflation adjusted expenditure estimates for the Roanoke River fishery. And it's a pretty complicated chart, so I'll walk you through it. The top row is the combination of both zones. So this is the amount of money that anglers spend in both zones to fish the Roanoke River. The left-hand column is all trips combined, and then the center and the right-hand column is either guided trips or private trips. So we can break those out when we ask, when we interview the anglers if they were hired a guide for that trip or if they fished on their own. But that top left corner graph will show you from 2016 to 2023, approximately $1 million to $1.5 million was spent to fish the Roanoke River each spring. We didn't do estimates in 2020 or 2021 for expenditures. So if you look at the years there on the bottom axis, it's 2016 through 2019 and then 22 through 25. Couple of take-home messages here. If you look at the upper zone compared to the lower zone, the upper zone has much higher expenditures than the lower zone. Tend to have more effort in the upper zone as well as higher cost of fishing to fish in the upper zone because of where the folks are coming from, which I'll show you in another slide. But overall, in those years from 2016 to 23, again, about $1 million was spent over to fish the Roanoke River in the spring. We saw a drastic decline in 2024 and even further decline in 2025. And if you look at the lower figure for the lower zone, you'll see that in 24 and 25, we really estimated 0 expenditures for striped bass fishing just in the lower zone. Lastly, I'll mention the colored bars represent the different types of expenditures, whether it's bait, boat fuel, food, guide fees in dark green, or ice, or lodging, or vehicle fuel in that yellow color there. But typically, the vehicle fuel, the guide fees, and the bait are some of the highest expenditures each year. I will note that in 24 and 25, we had very little expenditure on bait because the folks that were fishing with live bait really couldn't find anywhere to buy it, and they had to catch their own bait. So they weren't spending any money to fish with live bait in 24 and 25. Lastly, I'll mention that guide fees are often the only fees that are recorded for folks who fish a guided trip. They do have vehicle fuel and lodging expenses, but the guide fees are a tremendous part of that trip. However, those guide fees are often reincorporated into the local economy during the spring because a lot of the guides will actually, they're from out of town, but they live temporarily in the Halifax County area in the spring. So they're buying fuel, they're buying food, they're paying for lodging for themselves and reinvesting those fees that the anglers are paying back into the local economy there in Halifax County. So if we look at where the anglers come from to fish, here's a data series from 1989 through 2025. There are a few years missing there from 2000, 2004, and 2009, but overall, lengthy time series for nearly every year that we've been conducting the creel survey. And on the y-axis there, you have percent of anglers fishing the river for each year. On the x-axis, the white bars represents anglers from the 5 local counties to the Roanoke River. That's Halifax, Northampton, Bertie, Washington, and Martin counties. And you can see in the late 80s and early 90s, the angling demographic was dominated by local anglers, folks that live near the river in those counties that adjoin the river. And then in 1997, we see it start to switch. So from 1989 to 1996, well over 60 to 70% of the anglers were local. And then we see it drop to less than half local anglers and switch to non-local North Carolina anglers. So folks that are from the state, but driving from counties further away from the river. And that kind of gray bar represents non-North Carolina anglers or folks from out of state or even out of country if that's where they come from. Again, that trend continues throughout the time series where we see more and more non-local North Carolina anglers make up the bulk of the population, and consequently less local anglers, or a lower percentage of local anglers are making up the angling population all the way through the late 2000s and 2020s, where we see just really a fraction of anglers fishing the Roanoke are actually from those local counties. In 24 and 25, we had very few local county anglers interviewed. And in fact, in 2025, we interviewed more out-of-state anglers than we did Halifax County anglers right there from Weldon, Roanoke Rapids area. So the demographics, the location of where people are fishing has really changed over time. And we've been able to document that with the creel survey. Yes, sir.
What would that graph look like if you used numbers instead of percentages, numbers of anglers?
That's a good question. It would not look exactly the same because we see an increase in effort that I'll show you in a couple more slides. So even though the percent makeup is changing, we still have a good number of local anglers fishing the river. We just have even more non-local or regional North Carolina anglers driving to the river to fish. And so in that mid 2000s to 2010s, when the effort was really high, I think that it was more of a change of adding more regional North Carolina anglers than really losing the local anglers. So if it was in numbers, then that kind of local number would have stayed the same, whereas we'd increase the non-local the regional anglers. But in the most recent years, we definitely would see a decrease in numbers overall of local anglers fishing the river.
But if total anglers would be about the same.
In those years from in the mid 2000s and 2010s, yeah, probably about the same local anglers fishing every year.
But in recent 10 years or 5 years, it would be the same or less or more.
It would be, I would think we have a decrease in the amount of local anglers to where it's a lot more regional anglers coming to fish. As I mentioned, we often ask what type of bait the anglers are using. We've really started asking this question in the late 90s and 1996. Again, I was missing a few years of data, but from 96 through 2025, you can see again the percent of bait use over time. And the top graph is the upper zone and the bottom graph is the lower zone. The white bars here represent artificial bait. The black bars are cut bait, and the gray bars are, the dark gray bars are live bait, and a combination of baits. If they say I use cut and live or cut and artificial, that went into that light gray bar. So in the upper zone, primarily live bait use. You see the black bars really dominate the bait types that we see in the upper zone. And sorry, I misspoke. The upper zone is live bait, but those are the dark gray bars, which are on the bottom. I realize those are a little hard to see probably on your screen. It's harder to see on my screen than your screen. On the lower zone, the black bars represent cut bait. So in the lower zone, the predominant bait type is cut bait. And through the 90s through the early 2000s, they primarily were catching their own river herring and using those for fresh cut bait. And the regulations that we've had on bait use over time have really changed how the anglers fish, especially in the lower zone. You can see in 2015, we start to pick up some live bait use in the lower zone. And that's about the time when purchased river herring were starting to be phased out, where they couldn't buy a fresh river herring from the store and use it for cut bait. So they started switching to live bait. Throughout the upper zone, again, mostly live bait in that bar on the bottom chart or the bottom bar of the upper zone chart. But over time, we see them trend towards more artificial bait. So we're seeing less live bait and more artificial bait, especially in the 2021 through 2025 time period. We didn't really ask anglers why they switched or why they were using less live bait, but in 2024, we passed a barbless circle hook requirement for live bait use. And it's possible when that rule went into effect, folks moved away from live bait and started using more artificial bait as well. So moving on to the striped bass fishing effort, this gets at a little about what you're asking about how that would change the makeup of the origin. But overall, we see a real change in effort over time from 1988 to 2025 here. Effort, we're estimating in angler hours. So the amount of time each angler or all the anglers are spending fishing on the river. In the 80s and 90s, it was around 50,000 to 100,000 angler hours per year. Most of the effort was in the upper zone, which is in the dark green bars in the years where we had that information, and the lower zone is the light green bars. In 1997, the striped bass stock was declared recovered from a period of overharvest and poor reproduction. And the population really started to grow through the late 90s and early 2000s. And consequently, fishing effort also started to grow. So we see an increase in effort over time to its peak of around 175,000 angler hours in 2004. Since then, we see a steady decline. It's still pretty high, well over 100,000 angler hours from 2004 through 2020, but it's still a downward trend. And then in 2021, we see angling effort almost cut in half, back down to well less than 100,000 angler hours, very little effort in the lower zone. And then 2024 and 25, extremely low effort. So there's much fewer people fishing, spending less time fishing for striped bass in the Roanoke River in 24 and 25. As we mentioned some of the discussion earlier, a lot of that has to do with, one, a decrease in population size. We've monitored the population size and relative abundance through time. We've seen the population really struggle over the last 5 to 10 years. And so less people are fishing because the fishing's not quite as good. Also in 2021 is when, I'll show this in another slide, when we cut the harvest season dramatically from over 2 months, from 2 months long to only 2 weeks long. And then we moved it even further down to just 4 days in 22 and 23 with 7 days. And then in 24, we closed harvest. So the anglers are really responding, one, to less fish being in the river, and two, much reduced harvest seasons, to where in 24 and 25, effort was the lowest we've seen since 1998. Yes, sir.
And if you've got another graph coming up that's gonna answer my question like that one did, just tell me shut up. But have you, done the cost projections of how much money being spent like that graph you had earlier based on the new number of efforts? I assume anglers is what we're saying here. In other words, how much money is being spent now versus what was being spent at its peak?
Per trip, or, you know, on average, or
Dollars like you had before in that other graph where you're showing how much money was spent on the anglers were spending when they came up to fish, both guys and all that.
right. So because the effort is so low, they're spending probably more money per trip. But the number of trips are so low that now the estimate of total money spent is much lower in 24 and 25.
Yeah, and what I was getting at is I wonder what that number would be significant with it.
So just to go back, so the top left chart here does show total dollars of expenditures. So, you know, in 24 is around $500,000 and 25 was around $250,000. So pretty drastic decline. And again, that's basically, it's caused by the lack of trips, the lack of people fishing and spending those dollars. They're still spending money when they go, but it's so many fewer trips, so just not as much money estimated being spent. Yes, sir.
Again, what was the dividing line between the upper zone and the lower zone?
Scotland Neck, so the boat ramp at Edwards Ferry, which is right in almost at the Halifax, Martin County line, but so the lower zone is a much larger area, but in the upper zone, Weldon is where the fish are really concentrated and where, you know, the bulk of the concentrated fishing effort occurs. The effort in the lower zone is much more spread out among all the boat ramps there in the lower section of the river. So we can estimate the number of striped bass caught by our anglers, and it's almost a mirror image of the effort graph, where from 1988 through 2025, we have the estimated number of fish caught. It peaked in 1997, around 300,000 fish we estimated were caught. Most of those were released, as you'll see in the next slide for harvest. But really, since 1997, we've seen lower estimates of total fish caught in the river. Again, the dark green bars are the upper zone where the fish are concentrated on the spawning grounds. That's where the highest catch rates occur and where the highest estimate of overall catch is made in the upper zone. But overall, a relatively stable, but then declining trend towards the late 2000s and certainly in the 2020s. We start to see a drastic decline in the number of fish caught, mostly because there's less fish to be caught and much less fishing effort in the last 2 years of people trying to catch fish. I will mention that a lot of these peaks in the catch rate and the number of fish caught tend to coincide with strong year classes of fish that are produced in the fishery. So in 1997, we saw fish that were produced in 1994 show up. 93 and 94 are both really large year classes, and those fish tend to show up at age 3 and age 4 on the spawning grounds. So that really supported that high catch rate. And various points through time where these peaks of catch occur tend to correspond with age 3 and age 4 peaks of good recruitment. In the last 7 years or so, we've had really poor recruitment, according to the surveys that are done in the Albemarle Sound, looking at juvenile recruitment rates. And so we kind of expect these numbers of striped bass catch to continue to decline until we see those production numbers return.
John Coley.
So Ken, this is more of a personal question, but I went, probably every year for 6, 7, 8 years back in the 2010, 15 range. And it was, a zoo, as you know, up there. I mean, if you were we finally just ended up getting a guide because to take a boat up there, wait, put it in, you know, everybody was on top of each other and so forth. But I mean, we would have days of, you know, they'd have a clicker where you catch 100 fish, you know, in a day. We weren't really concerned personally about keeping any of them. We were just there because you could catch so many and they put up a great fight. If we were to go today, you know, so that there's a lot, you know, a lot less competition of people either drifting or going to the certain, you know, spots. I mean, how many fish? I know it's just licking your finger and guessing, but it's less competition. So if you're just not willing to worry about keeping one, how would the fishing be?
Right. So it still can be good. The best catch rates are with guided fishing trips because those guys are fishing every day. They can stay with the schools of fish. What we've seen with our electrofishing surveys, which are independent of the angling, is that there are fewer schools of fish on the spawning grounds. So it takes us. We used to be able to turn the shocking boat on and float hundreds of fish up on the surface to net until we couldn't net anymore. Now that can happen occasionally, but only where the schools are. Those schools are really spread out and there's just much fewer fish. So a guided fishing trip, you can still go and catch 50 and 60 a trip, maybe not 100 to 200 the way it was during the peak. But the regular fisherman who's making just 1 or 2 trips a year, it takes them all day to find the fish unless they follow somebody around who's already been there. And we do have the data to show that the catch rates or the number of fish you catch per trip has decreased as well. So yeah, your average catch per trip is much lower than it was in the heyday in the late 2000s and 2010s.
Any other questions for Jeremy? Thanks, Jeremy. That was a very good presentation. Kind of impressive.
No, that's okay. Let me move on. I did have a couple more slides. If it's okay, if we're running over time, I'll stop. I just wanted to show this, the last data slide of striped bass harvest, and with kilograms on the left and pounds on the right. We manage the harvest based on a total allowable landings or a quota system shown in the dotted line. We were able to meet that quota in the 80s and 90s, which was relatively low. As the stock expanded, the amount of fish that we thought we could take safely increased, and we increased season lengths and really met that quota pretty closely, up to around 110,000 pounds of harvest each year in the river. Harvest has steadily declined since then. Again, the number of fish available for harvest has decreased, the fishing effort has decreased, and so harvest in general has decreased. We cut that quota in half in 2015 and over half again in 2021, to where harvest was very low in 2022 and 23, and then 24 and 25 we closed the harvest season where there's been no harvest in those 2 years. So lastly, where do we go from here? We've had a good discussion already, but we will continue to monitor the angling trends through time, through the Creel survey each spring. Be starting up here on March the 2nd. We did stock in conjunction with the International Fish Hatchery and Watha State Fish Hatchery. We stocked 3 years from 23 to 25. We will continue to evaluate the success of those stockings. We're completing a catch and release mortality study where we're refining the estimates of how many fish die that are caught and released. And then again, we'll continue our electrofishing surveys to monitor the spawning stock as we recover from this low point in the fishery, we hope. And lastly, we are looking at conducting some outside research to look at causes of the recruitment failure that we've seen over the last 7 and 8 years. I appreciate the time and discussion, and I'm going to turn it over to Casey.
That's the other districts, fishery biologist. This one talks about Leghorn and Booty Bass exploration study.
Thank you all for having me here to present. I did want to take a quick second just to acknowledge my co-authors, Corey and Michael Fisk. Both conducted really all of the field work for this project, and Kelsey and I were able to come in and finish up the report and present it to y'all. So a little bit of an outline of the talk I'm going to be giving today. A tiny bit of background on Lake Norman in case anyone's not familiar with it. The Bodie Bass Stocking Program. Going to describe our project objectives, our methods, results, and the ultimate management implications that came out of this research. So Lake Norman, it's the largest reservoir in North Carolina, formed in 1963, and it's over 32,000 acres. It is a Duke Energy a lake that has two energy producing facilities managed by Duke Energy, Marshall Steam Station, which is located kind of in the mid portion of the lake, and McGuire Nuclear Station, which is down near the dam. And both of these facilities do produce heated effluent, which I'll be discussing a little bit more. The lake was historically stocked with striped bass, but due to frequent summertime fish kills, the commission did switch to stocking Bodie bass or hybrid striped bass. So a little background on Bodie bass. They are a cross between striped bass and white bass. We began stocking them in the lake in June 2013, and we had a goal of stocking 162,500 fingerlings, which is a rate of 5 fish per acre. They're very popular sport fish, and they've been shown to be a great alternative to striped bass because they have a higher thermal tolerance. They do not succumb to these summertime fish kills. And overall, they're really popular with bank and boat anglers. So some of the project objectives, one of the first ones was to improve angler relations. Prior to stocking Bodie bass, we were stocking striped bass, and there was a lot of disconnect between our biologists and the anglers on Lake Norman. And so this project allowed for a lot of these relationships to be built, which was important for our biologists. We also had concerns from anglers regarding over-harvest of Bodie bass. So almost immediately after the stocking began and the fish grew to harvestable sizes, there was concerns that they were being over-harvested, particularly by bank fishermen at these heated effluent areas. And then that picture on the top left is the bank fishing access at Marshall Steam Station. In addition, we really wanted to know just mortality in general. When are these fish succumbing to mortality, where and how? And as biologists, we get into that through the estimation of fishing and natural mortality. And then by knowing all this information, we can make management adjustments if necessary. So we can stock more fish and we can change regulations. All right, so with all of these questions in mind, it was determined that a high reward tag return method could be used. The first thing that the commission did was post signage at boat ramps and marinas, as well as through press releases. The picture over on the far right is an example of this sign, which was put up at a lot of the boat ramps and marinas, describing the project. To complete the project, our biologists, as well as some volunteer anglers, captured fish via hook and line throughout the reservoir. And it was attempted to catch fish throughout all months as well. If a fish was captured, they recorded the length and weight. And if it was of legal size, which at that time was 16 inches total length, a Floyd tag was inserted. That top middle picture there is an example of the Floyd tag. And then down below, there's Michael inserting one of the Floyd tags. And essentially, if an angler caught a fish with a Floyd tag, they were able to cut the tag off and return it to the commission. So we tagged fish for 3 years, and we got returns from anglers for 5, including those first 3 years. Every tag put into a fish was considered a high reward tag, which means that an angler would get $100 if they returned a tag. And because of this, through some statistics work, we can assume a 100% reporting rate. So $100 is enough money that anglers want to get that reward. We're able to gather a lot of information from anglers. So what they did was they called Corey or Michael, and they had long conversations about whether or not they harvested or released the fish, what they fished, what type of bait or lure they used, where they caught the fish, what day they caught the fish, and a huge amount of other data. We were able to analyze the tag return data, and using that, we could determine seasonal and annual mortality estimates. So just a brief timeline, just to orient everyone back. We first stocked Bodie bass in June of 2013. We first tagged Bodie bass in December of 2015. We finished tagging in November 2018, and we were able to get angler returns until November 2020. So going straight into some of the results, we tagged 1,462 Bodie bass with these high reward Floyd tags. 931 of those Bodie bass were recaptured, or 64%. So a pretty large percentage of fish being recaptured in a lake as big as Lake Norman. And we also looked at the average number of days a fish was at large. So this was from the point that our biologist tagged the fish to the point that an angler caught it. On average, that was 253 days, minimum of 0 days, and a maximum of 1,570 days, which is almost the entire extent of the project. So those Floyd tags did remain in the fish for quite a long time. I also wanted to show when fish were tagged as well as recaptured. So the figure shows season on the x-axis and relative frequency on the y. And the big takeaway from this is that while we were trying to tag fish throughout the entire year, winter and spring were the seasons that we were able to tag the most fish just because of the nature of the fishery and catchability. And this also translates to when anglers were able to recapture fish. So they also had highest recapture rates in winter and spring. So the second question that was really important to us was asking anglers is if they actually harvested the fish or if they released it. And what we found was about a 70-30 split between harvest and release, and that this fishery really is very harvest oriented. We then asked the anglers if they were fishing from the bank or from a boat. As you may remember, there was a lot of concern about bank anglers over harvesting fish. And what we found was that bank anglers captured 307, boat anglers captured 624. So overall, that concern may not be quite as warranted as they may have believed, and boat anglers do capture more fish. Now zeroing in on just the results from our boat anglers. Wait, sorry. Yes.
What was the concern about bank anglers?
So there was concern from anglers that this heated thermal effluent below these power plants was essentially congregating Bodie bass into them and allowing these bank anglers, which come in there, and boat anglers as well, but primarily the bank anglers, to come in there and really target that group of fish and just take out like huge amounts of fish. And so that was the concern. All right, so looking at just our boat anglers, again, 624 Bodie bass were recaptured. And here we see about 57% harvested and 43% released. 67% of the boat anglers recaptured their fish in spring, and most of these fish were captured in the river. The top bait for these anglers was live fish, and I think many of these fish were caught with a cast net, which is much more easy to do when you have a boat. Our top 3 locations for capturing Bodie bass by boat anglers were the river, that top circle on the top left of the map, Stumpy Creek, and navigation marker 20. And just to note, all 3 of these top locations are above that Highway 150 bridge in the upper, more productive portion of the reservoir. Now looking at our bank anglers, they captured 307 Bodie bass, but a change here is the percentage of harvest. So a lot more harvest by these anglers, 90% harvested and 10% released. So if a bank angler does recapture or capture a Bodie bass, they are more likely to harvest it. And also different from our boat anglers, primarily they recaptured fish in the winter season, and almost all of these fish were captured at Marshall Steam Station. The top bait for these anglers was frozen mussels, which can be found at local grocery stores. And our top 3 locations were Marshall Steam Station, which is located in that middle circle, McGuire Nuclear Station down at the bottom of the reservoir, and the river up at the top. I also wanted to look at some additional results because our anglers received a monetary reward. We were able to get their names and addresses, and so we were able to use that information to determine how many unique anglers returned fish. And we determined that approximately 550 unique anglers participated in this research. They returned anywhere from 1 to 12 tags with an average of 1.7 tags per angler. Again, using those addresses, we could determine if they were in-state or out of state. We found 97% of the fish returned were in-state anglers, which does indicate that there's potential for, marketing to these out-of-state anglers to bring them in. This project did allow for extensive communication between biologists and anglers, and it created relationships which still exist to this day, and really, I think, has improved overall people's knowledge of the Commission's impact in this fishery. So going to our results for our mortality estimates, I'm about to get into some numbers, but I'll try to keep it brief. Overall, our fishing mortality rates annually ranged from 0.33 to 0.42. Natural mortality was held constant, was estimated to be 0.19. These allow us to generate a total instantaneous annual mortality rate. This ranged from 0.53 to 0.65. And because I know I don't like looking at instantaneous rates, and you all probably don't either, we're able to transform that into a discrete annual mortality rate, which ranged from 0.41 to 0.48. Takeaway, approximately 41 to 48% of the harvestable Bodie bass at Lake Norman do succumb to mortality each year. So whether that's fishing or natural mortality. And 41 to 48% of the population is a pretty big chunk, highlighting the importance of our stocking program at Lake Norman. We were also able to look at seasonal mortality because we wanted to determine if this winter, concern over winter angling existed. So this ranged from 0.01 in the fall, which is a very low estimate, to 0.34, which was our maximum in winter. So to orient you to this figure, we have season on the x-axis, but going through all 5 years, and then fishing mortality on the y. And what we see is this really nice cyclical trend throughout the years. However, there are some interesting things to take away from this. Our first 2 years, our highest fishing mortality was in winter. However, when you switch, you see that the last 3 years, our fishing mortality switched to spring. So essentially what was happening there is the first 2 years, there was a huge amount of fishing effort at Marshall Steam Station. Bank anglers were having good years. It was cold. There was a lot of heated effluent, and overall bank anglers had a good year. However, the last 3 years of the project, there was more mild winters. There were some changes to Marshall Steam Station, and overall really good conditions in the rivers for those spring anglers. So what this shows is that really there's a lot of components going into the fishery and reasons that fishing can be better for one group versus the other. So management implications that came out of this work, we have increased the length limit from 16 to 20 inches, which allows fish more time to grow prior to harvest. This was something that anglers did push for, and we've gotten minimal to no pushback on this regulation change. We also increased the stocking rate to 325,000 fingerlings annually. We do think it's important to maintain and develop bank fishing locations. As I mentioned, their options are pretty low, but we do think they're an important part of this fishery. We are going to continue to monitor the population via gillnet surveys. Our next one is this coming winter. And I think we could also look into marketing for out-of-state anglers to bring those individuals in and have a positive impact on the economy. I do want to acknowledge a lot of anglers who assisted with the tagging. Lawrence Dorsey for his assistance with the report, Dr. Bill Pine for a huge amount of effort with our statistics, and the approximately 550 anglers who did return tags and give us valuable information on the fishery. And with that, I know we're probably out of time, but I'd be happy to take any questions if
Is there any natural reproduction with Bodie bass?
No, but they will make spawning runs. And so that's where that like spring pulse of fishing mortality does occur because anglers are able to take advantage of that.
So these hybrids are sterile.
Yeah.
Like hybrid bluegill can reproduce, but they'll revert to green sunfish. But in general, most hybrids are sterile.
Correct. Yeah, they're kind of like the mule of the fish world. Yes.
With the tagged fish, fingerlings or captured.
The tagged fish?
Yes.
We tagged harvestable size Bodie bass, so over 16 inches when we tagged them.
What determine any information on growth rate?
Yeah, so some anglers did give length when they return the tag, but it was so few and far in between. We didn't do a lot with that data because we'd also have to be trusting that their lengths are accurate also. So I could go back and look at it. It's definitely a possibility, but we're also conducting gillnet surveys and looking at growth through that. And what we found is that these fish are reaching harvestable size by age 2. And so really fast growth rates overall. It's not really something that we're concerned about at the moment, but it is something I could look into. Yes.
Why is it natural reproduction?
Because they are hybrids of striped bass and white bass. And so they're already a hybrid. They just are not able to reproduce. There have been other studies in other reservoirs that have looked at that.
100% of the stocking is fingerlings.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's been some work as well to look at fry stockings, and it's just not as successful as fingerlings. And then going past fingerlings, their survival dips.
Other questions for Casey? So Corey, I got a note here slipped to me saying we got a little extra time this morning. So why don't you discuss possible framework?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you want to be depressed, that is 5 years of my life in 15 minutes right there.
Can you do it a little bit faster?
Hey. So what I'd like to bring to you is a concept that the director's office and the fish division and the policy and analysis group have been talking about, and it's about how we deal with the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries proclamations and what effect that has on our anglers. And a really good example of that is the spotted sea trout cold stun proclamation that was just issued in January. And what happens is that proclamation gets issued in coastal waters, but in inland waters, the season is still open, and that leads to angler confusion. And so what we're trying to do is bring a concept that if you guys agree, if you all agree with, we'll keep pursuing to try to reduce that angler confusion and allow for you all to still make decisions on those rules. So I'm probably going to step away from this. If you cannot hear me, I will speak up, but it's better for me to walk over here and point. Okay. Is that all right with everybody? So when you have issues of proclamation, what we're proposing is that a clock will start, basically 30 days or 60 days, whatever we come up with in the time frame will start. But from the point that they issue that proclamation would take effect in inland waters. And so we would suspend our rule for that period of time. And that, so for instance, with spotted sea trout, if we were to do something like this, we would basically say, all right, the proclamation says the season's closed, so the season will be closed in inland waters for the time being as the clock ticks. We would then bring it to you all in a commission meeting as to what we would do next. The commission would say, we don't want to do anything with this, and the proclamation would immediately expire, and our rule would stand and go back in place. So for instance, we could say on spotted sea trout, we don't want to cancel, we don't want to close the harvest season in spotted sea trout, and the harvest season would commence again in inland waters. Or you could wait the entire and not take it up, and the proclamation would expire at the end of that 30-day or 60-day period, and our rule would go back into place. Or we could, from this commission meeting, basically do one of two things. We could do an emergency rulemaking process. We can initiate that, which doesn't have public comment involved in that, and the emergency rule would take effect, and the proclamation would expire, so your rule would hold. Or we would do what we do now, generally, this is generally what we do. We would have rule proposal text for you to do a temporary rulemaking process. We would initiate that temporary rulemaking process. It would go out for public comment. We would get public comment back on that rulemaking. And then we would bring you back to another meeting where you would discuss that rule, and you would either adopt the temporary rule or you would deny the temporary rule. Either way, the proclamation would go away and your rule, the old rule would come back in, or the new temporary rule would come back in. Does that make sense to everybody? It's a lot going on this screen. I realize that. So if you have questions, please ask. This is, like I said, this is just a concept that what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it easier for anglers because we're getting this rule difference. And, this would allow us to be able to bring a rule to you for you to consider, but also allow the anglers to be able to understand what's going on, and there wouldn't be this difference, temporarily wouldn't be this difference between coastal water and inland. Yes.
Mr. Kohler?
How would you describe, or how is the relationship right now between our Wildlife Commission staff and the DMF staff on working together and seeing eye to eye?
It depends at what level you want to talk about it. I would say let's talk about striped bass, for example. Our biologists, we talk with them on a regular basis. We have quarterly meetings on striped bass. Where we end up with issues here is communication. On the rulemaking side of things, the communication is not very good. That's the reason why you get these proclamations. If you remember back to the flounder season,
When we had that flounder season issue, that was a lack of communication from them or not a timely communication where we could not. We have rulemaking process, you know, that's what we have. And they're not allowing us the time to get those rules in place to have management be the same.
But is that improved since we had the flounder fiasco, so to speak, or whatever?
I would say no, it's about the same. Yeah.
Other questions?
Tammy, you got any comments on this? Yeah. I mean, where's she at?
I would just say that.
On this?
Certainly supportive of this. Just a quick question. The Go app, such a big improvement from where we were. We thought about being able to cascade these alerts to anglers and geocode it. So like if somebody's in a fishing water and boom, it bubbles right up through the Go app. Hey, you should be aware or what have you. I mean, I know that technology is pretty.
I would have to defer to Fairleigh. Did you hear that? Did you hear that question? Can you respond to that? Cause I don't have anything to do with the app.
Do it after the solution of all people. Now obviously we have notifications for all.
Right.
We can do that very easily.
You could bubble an angler alert on the front when you're, I mean, it's a great app. You guys, I use it a lot more than I ever did. And I think there's some opportunities there.
Mike, so Commissioner,
Do this for
Alexander.
I'm sorry, any ideas from me? I think Corey had a hold of the email on that. Discovered yesterday. Stops a lot of answer questions. We prepared to make discussion. And I'm not blaming you. I appreciate it.
A former employee of ours just texted me a question to ask, so I guess he's watching. And says, when does Corey's staff typically find out when DMF is going to issue a proclamation?
It varies. Generally, we find out maybe 24 to 48 hours ahead of the proclamation.
And how much time would you, this is for me, I mean, what would be optimal time for y'all to know?
We need months.
You need-
Temporary rulemaking, we need months. I don't know the exact period of time, but we need months.
If you, I would assume have relayed this to them and they just.
But Corey, how long did they know before they did their proclamation they were gonna do it? A week or?
On Cold Stun, so Cold Stun is a very different thing.
Absolutely.
Cold Stun is, it happens, boom, this is what happens and this is what occurs. On rule changes, they're having discussions. They're not just magically saying, boom, let's change the rule. Yes, Commissioner Corey.
Tell me again about the time span between when DMF issues proclamation and we have a WRC commission meeting.
It would be as quick as we could have it, basically. There's not so the clock would start in terms of a 30-day clock. And we have the time, that's a period of time where we can do one of any of these things as a commission. But at the end of 30 days, we need to be somewhere in this process. So we either have denied it, we either take no action at all, we've started this.
But so what if the commission, so this is a special called commission?
It would happen.
That's really,
Yes, sir.
I didn't know.
Yes, sir, it would have.
Because the regular meeting would be more than.
Unless it just worked out, that the timing worked out right. Yeah, unless the timing worked out right, that the proclamation came before the meeting, it would have to be a special call.
Commissioner Zimmerman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, I think it's a good first presentation, first look. Let us, we can marinate on it and discuss more in the future, but I think it's a good first presentation.
Yeah. Can I take that question? Okay. We have
emergency proclamation authority for CWD. What would it take to get emergency proclamation authority just for coordinating with Marine Fisheries Commission proclamations?
Probably the action God.
Well, changing the General Assembly, if it's below God, they technically could do it.
Don't tell them that. That's tremendous long job.
That's a whole different set of discussion.
I'm a little concerned about the appropriateness of this discussion and not having
vet this before now. I'll say that before Steve gets started. So there's a lot, it's more, a lot more complicated than this. But I agree with the chairman, and we need to move on from this, vet it a little further and have some discussions with attorneys and take a political look at it. For the reasons John just referenced.
Thanks, Corey. It is something that you're burning. Any, committee members have any other items they can come forward with committee? Any other bit? Seeing none, meeting.
They ran 15 minutes over into my time, but I guess I need to wait on. Okay, I'm gonna call the February 18th Big Game Committee meeting together and ask Margo to do a roll call.
Good morning, gonna do a roll call for our big game committee members. Committee Chair David Boyle.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair, Wes Segers. Committee Member John Coley. Tom Berry. Steve Wyndham,
Here.
Bonnie Crump,
Here.
and ex-officio members Mark Craig and Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have.
Okay, this meeting is being live streamed and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. And at this time, I'm gonna call on Randy Turner. Look surprised. Were you ready?
Hi, good morning, commissioners. My name is Miranda Turner. I'm the state wildlife health biologist, and I'm here today just to give you a pretty brief update on our chronic wasting disease surveillance during the 2025-26 year. So some general numbers to start us off. So far this season, we've collected 23,032 samples, which ends up being about 11% of the 25-26 registered deer. Currently, about 244 of those samples either returned an inconclusive result or are missing with no results expected, which gives us an error rate of about 1% for this season. And additionally, we are still waiting for almost 3,000 results. So those samples are either currently at the lab or we're still in the process of collecting them and getting them ready for shipping. So we'll have results for those hopefully in the next 4 to 6 weeks. And then lastly, over 20,000 of our samples were collected by our cervic health cooperators. So those are our taxidermist and meat processor partners that we work with to collect samples from across the state. And that made up about 90% of all of our samples collected this year. And additionally, they actually were responsible for finding 90% of all positives this year. So that program is working really well to get us both quality samples from across the state and help us find new CWD positives. Jumping more into those new positives, this season, we we found 27 new CWD positives across the state. 22 of those came from currently known to be positive counties, and 4 of those came from new counties. So 3 of those came from Edgecombe, and 1 was in Sampson, and those are both new counties not previously known to be CWD. And looking a little closer at exactly where those CWD positive detectors were found. This is that northwest zone, the part of the state we've known to be CWD positive the longest. And those red dots represent the positives found this season. So some interesting things to note. You can see kind of a cluster forming around the Surrey-Yadkin border. And Chris Cray will jump into that a little bit more in detail later. But also interesting is we found our second Wilkes County positive out there farther west than we had previously. Moving to the southeast, Cumberland, and as of this year, Sampson. So there's a couple more positives in Cumberland in that new positive location, Sampson County. And then our brand new surveillance zone for that will kind of be included for increased surveillance next season. But Edgecombe, we found 3 positives there. Diving in a little bit further into our CWD testing this season. So hunter harvested samples represented 98% of all samples this year. And that other 2% are like disease evaluation, roadkill, other sources not related to hunters. And our testing rate again was 11% of the reported harvest. And this is a slight decrease compared to some other years. But since this year we had another kind of record deer harvest, we're still very happy with the number of samples in that testing rate. And then looking at our results timeline, so that is the time from when a hunter harvests their deer to when they receive results. Kind of the greatest lag in that for us is just collecting samples. So visiting all those CHCs, the freezers, getting them all in one place, data entered and off for shipping. And that can take a significant amount of time. This year, we actually decreased that. So the average time this year was 35.5 days compared to last year, which was 43 days. But even so, that's still a significant amount of time for hunters, and that's something that we are working on further. With that in mind, we applied a brand new method of testing for CWD this year called ELISA. ELISA testing is just another way to test for CWD, and it's just as reliable as what we're currently using, which is called IHC. But it is a little bit faster. So for the trial this year, we sent 607 samples to be tested via ELISA, and all the rest were tested via IHC. So that's about 22,000. And we found that via ELISA testing, yes.
Could you explain the difference between the ELISA and the IHC?
Yeah, so they're just they're different testing methods. The only difference is how kind of the test done at the lab. So IHC testing is with formalin fixed samples, and then the lab kind of puts it in paraffin, washes it with a bunch of chemicals, slices it very thinly, and kind of looks microscopically for color changes in that slice that would indicate prion presence. It is literally a slice of the lymph node. They bathe it with chemicals that cause a color change, and then they look, visibly and see if that's there. And then ELISA is a little bit different in that they kind of take cores from the lymph node and grind it all up. Again, chemicals and a color change, but this time the color change is like in a machine, and that the whole the time difference is essentially in how long it takes the reagents have to get like bathed and layered on there in certain orders. But ELISA is just faster.
Where are those two, when we ship them off, where's ELISA take place, where's the IHC take place?
They both occur at the same lab. So we use the Wisconsin Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory, and they can do both tests for us. Yes.
Might mention about field staff and what they do in the field that's different for those two tests.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of field staff and kind of changes with even collecting the sample, for what we're currently using IHC, the sample gets pulled out of the deer and put in a little container of formalin, and then that kind of stay at room temperature until we ship it. And for ELISA testing, the sample gets pulled, gets put in a little baggie, and is kept cold. So it's kind of frozen or fresh and is tested that way. So less dangerous chemicals that our staff have to deal with because formalin is yeah, it's kind of that's the only real difference. The pulling the samples the same, it's just how it gets stored essentially. And so yeah, with this trial, we saw that the ELISA testing was much faster. So from when the laboratory received the sample to when they sent us results was only an average of 1.5 days, compared to our current method IHC, the average is 13 days. So after doing this kind of trial run, we were pretty happy with our results and the timeline there. So we anticipate in the future moving predominantly to ELISA testing starting next year. So we hope that that'll significantly cut down that testing timeline and give hunters their results much faster in the future. That's it from me.
What did you say those labs were that we send them off to?
Yep, with the Wisconsin Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. Yeah.
Do anyone know if NC State is still working on?
North Carolina Department of Ag does have a laboratory. They have just kind of starting this year improved their IHC testing or gotten certified for IHC testing of CWD samples. Right, unfortunately, as we're going to start moving away from that for next year. So we are considering in the future if we do have some formalin samples, maybe for non-priority samples like roadkill or things of that nature, we can we'll be discussing with NCDA sending them some of those samples. Wisconsin is a main one.
Between the two tests?
Yeah, they're pretty similar. Overall, the ELISA test, the actual cost of the test is a little bit more expensive, but in terms of supplies, formalin vials and the chemicals are actually more expensive than just baggies. So overall, we expect, actually, I believe a slight decrease in spending. Yeah.
I just missed it when you showed it. The total number of positives
Yes, sir.
today is what number?
Total across all years is 61 positives, 27 found this year. Yes, sir. Yep. So again, just emphasizing our Cervid Health Cooperator program was super helpful. 98% of all samples, or yeah, I think 90% of all samples and also 90% of all positives were found via processors and taxidermists that we work with. So a program that receives a lot of funding, but is extremely beneficial for finding and collecting positives. That's it from me. I think Chris Cray is up next to talk about CWD management.
All right. Thank you, Miranda. That was really good. Mr. Chairman, in developing the agenda for today, Brad and I talking, we felt like it was a good time to just kind of take a little bit of a step back, talk about sort of from a highlight standpoint, you know, what are we doing with CWD surveillance and management? Where are we going? You know, sort of connect the dots on some of the recent regulatory changes, and kind of what we hope to get out of those. So that's what I'll do for a few minutes. I won't go way into the weeds. Our strategy is, as a lot of folks are aware of, and within the last year, has changed from being hyper concerned about where a deer carcass goes and being much more concerned about what the final disposition of that deer carcass is. So that's been a big change. That rule was put into effect during the process last year. So rather than have a very site-specific transportation restriction, now we have a statewide rule that basically dictates what a hunter does with the deer that they harvest. The language that you see there, the second bullet, that's the language that's going to be in our regulations digest this coming year. So it just basically lays out that either a hunter, you know, themselves or indirectly through a deer processor or a taxidermist or something like that, they've got a few simple, very good options that folks are using to properly dispose of deer parts. Does that mean we were wrong with that first transportation rule? No, actually it doesn't. You know, if we roll the calendar back 4 years, we only had our first positive, I think Commissioner Fonville asked about. You know, we had a very, very small, within one county, 2-county area that was really tight. In that scenario, it does make a lot of sense to potentially try to restrict transportation, try to hold it. But unfortunately, what we found out was CWD is considerably more widespread than that. So we have a much more widespread general approach now. That's a very positive change, I think, for a lot of hunters. And then it bears talking about the word surveillance and the word management. You know, at this point in time, we're basically shifting from a surveillance only type approach, and we're shifting into now where some of our counties are falling under more of a CWD management phase. And really, when we talk about surveillance, we're talking about that initial response that our response plan dictates. And that's designed to do two things as quickly as possible. It takes a few years to do it, but as quickly as possible. So how widespread is the disease? You know, Miranda showed you some really good maps there where those positives have occurred. And how prevalent is the disease? You know, what percentage of the deer herd is infected? So that's what we've done for several years. That's really the whole thrust of the surveillance aspect to it. Once surveillance is done and we have kind of an understanding similar to this, so this is our northwestern area. This is working off of those positive samples where we know we have deer. It also is working from, you know, we get a little hyper focused sometimes on where the positives are occurring. But what Miranda has incorporated in this map here is, what about all the deer that we have a location for that had a not detected, basically a negative result? So this factors that in as well. We kind of really see what the true prevalence and spread of that disease is. So that's what that whole thrust of that first phase is. That's what we want to get out of surveillance. And so when we look at a map like this is our understanding of the northwestern CWD area. We can clearly see some of those counties are moving into CWD map. But what about those fringe counties that were part of the surveillance area that we didn't find any? We did intensive surveillance there and we didn't find any CWD positive deer. So let's talk about those first. So, you know, the rules that hunters that might be listening in on the call today are going to see in the Regs Digest, sort of what staff is working on is, for those counties where we did that intensive surveillance and we did not find CWD positive deer, you know, basically those are going back to the way they were before. So they're being removed from that surveillance area designation. We're going to continue to do surveillance there. We're going to continue to look and monitor the population, but that'd be largely done through voluntary collections through our CHC program, the Cervid Health Cooperators. And if in the future we find a CWD positive deer in those counties, then okay, then they would become a CWD management county. So the ones listed at the bottom there are the ones as of right now today where we've not confirmed a positive deer come from any of those surveillance area counties. So that's our approach going into this fall hunting season.
Good. So
yes, sir.
As of right now, Alexander, Allegheny, Ash, Bladen, Davy, they can feed, they can go back to feeding year round now?
Yes, sir. So so the restrictions that would come into play as a surveillance area county. At this point, counties that would be designated surveillance areas would have a prohibition on putting out feed or bait outside the hunting season. And there would be a prohibition on fawn rehabilitation. What we're suggesting strategy wise at this time is once we've done that intensive surveillance, we haven't found it. If it's there at very, very, very low prevalence. So basically pull those restrictions back. Yes, sir. And it makes sense. And we've, cooperatively with hunters, that's been a large part of our message. We don't want to put any burden on them that it's not necessary. Yep.
Real quick, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Those counties on the bottom,
Mhm.
are they surveillance
Those were all surveillance area counties for the last couple of years.
and still surveillance?
Going forward, this coming year, what we're suggesting we would do is those would not be surveillance area counties. We've not found a CWD positive deer in any of those counties at this point. That could change tomorrow, as Miranda pointed out. We have test results coming in. Right.
My apologies, I missed the first couple minutes and you may get ready to show this, but do we have a slide that shows the counties where we actually do have at this point?
We can. You go there.
That very first slide.
Did you?
15 minutes ago.
How about?
Pull it back over.
I was going to say, let's pull. Yeah, we can.
Anticipating the break meeting in between the two meetings.
We'll get that back up before.
And I am here.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so we'll switch gears and talk about the counties that were surveillance area counties where we did find a CWD positive deer. So in those counties, those are the ones that the regulatory action in the last process have now rolled those into what we're calling CWD management area counties. And so in those areas, we would continue they would continue those prohibitions on feeding outside the deer season, and it would continue the prohibitions on fawn rehab. We would continue to do surveillance in those counties, but mostly through voluntary collections. And then getting down to what's the additional things, what parts of CWD management are we looking for? So number one is, maintaining high levels of hunter satisfaction. Successful deer management has always depended on deer hunters, and it always will. Our staff is constantly aware of that. When we think about regulations and changes, we always have that in front of our mind. We can't push things into a direction that hunters can't be supportive and involved in. That's very, very important. We're also looking at ways to try to have a bit more buck harvest, not decimating levels of harvest, but to increase that buck harvest somewhat. Ideally before dispersal, so earlier in the season. And that's what that special early velvet season that's going to be going into effect in some of those counties this fall is all about. So looking for opportunities. We don't know how that will work. We don't know how well that will be received or if that will make a meaningful difference, but we think it's worth giving a try. The next bullet there is talking about the shift in the timing of the harvest that already occurs. And we've made those changes in those northwestern counties to shift the black powder and gun seasons earlier in the season so that the same level of harvest is probably going to occur, but it's going to occur at a more beneficial time from a CWD management standpoint. We also will continue through time to manage the antlerless harvest to keep the deer population at a moderate level. In some places, we're probably above a moderate level. We'd like that population to come down some. At this point in time, with CWD at very low prevalence, that herd is still very, very productive. But in terms of limiting the spread of CWD, in terms of limiting prevalence rates, we really would like that herd to be at a moderate level. Not decimated, but at a modest level. And then in those hot spots, like I showed you on that map before, where we've really identified where the core infected area is, our CWD DMAP program, that's Deer Management Assistance Program. That's a very effective way to remove those infected animals where it matters the most. All right, so if I pose this question, is CWD a problem? If we go online, look at social media forums or popular press, you will see some folks very, very loudly saying, no, it's not a problem. And some folks very, very loudly saying, yes, it is a problem. The answer is they're actually both right. And I kind of have to remind myself of that because I kind of answer from the biologist's long-term perspective, where the answer is yes. Long-term picture is fairly grim. You know, we can look at parts of Arkansas, parts of Wisconsin where prevalence is quite high. There's very few adult bucks that make it to their full potential. They just don't live as long. The productivity of the herd is lower. There's fewer deer available for harvest. Overall declines in populations, but that's hopefully decades in the future for us. So that's the yes answer. Is it a problem? Yes, in the long term, it's absolutely a problem. But from the coming season for right now standpoint, I think it's fairly clear to say no, it's not a problem. I mean, we have relatively few cases. We're up to 61 cases. Only one of those truly was a symptomatic or possibly symptomatic animal. A hunter's not really right now today noticing that from their deer stand. So there's still lots of really good opportunity out there. And in terms of our messaging, we talk about that a lot internally to make sure we're not answering for the wrong perspective with the messages we put out. But ultimately, that last bullet there is the one that makes I think the biggest difference. So the CWD management changes, Brad and I and others talk about this a lot. What do we hope to affect from those changes? And there's good research results coming out that a lot of those changes we're making will delay those impacts as much as possible. Mr. Chairman, I think we had a question then.
Good. So when I read what it says about long term, it implies to me when I read that bucks are more susceptible to CWD than does. And that's the whole thing. And that's why that's why fewer will live to maturity. Am I correct?
We do see higher prevalence in the male segment of the deer population than the female. It's not necessarily that a male deer is more infectable, but their behavior, they have larger home ranges, they interact more with other deer, they're much more likely to become infected by their behavior. It's not that inherently the male deer is more infectable than the female deer, but their lifestyle, their behavior, their traveling, their coming into contact with other bucks.
I've heard that.
Yeah. That's pretty common. So in other words, some of the results coming out of West Tennessee or Arkansas, prevalence within the doe population might be in the 20s or 30s or 40%, and within the adult buck population would be way above 50%.
Comment, just to comment on what you were talking about. It's 2 to 2.5 years and the deer's out of the cycle if it didn't, get CWD. We're trying to harvest 3.5, 4.5-year-old bucks, which is the maturity level. You got to sort of weigh that in too.
Yeah. You make the cover just put, when you talk about it in the future and talking about in decades, we're trying to delay and so forth. And I know every couple of months, there's something new trying to come out, whether it's live testing or it's this or that, or cures or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you yourself see on the horizon?
I'm the eternal optimist. If we can, I don't think there'll be a silver bullet, magical cure, vaccine, anything like that would totally fix things. But I think, Brad, you may want to jump in here, but some of the research that's been done with, you can call it targeted removal or culling, or sort of the way we're applying extra pressure where it's needed from our CWD DMAT program. That seems to be having really meaningful results. So, for deer hunters or landowners that are right in those hot spots right now, that's the bleakest kind of outcome because it's not going to go away from those areas. But in terms of our ability to, keep it from spreading at really high prevalence to other counties and other areas, I tend to be a bit more of an optimist than a pessimist, but it'll be for folks after my career that really answer that way.
Have him put his hand down. Everybody knew that.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Couple of questions. Number one, in North Carolina, do we have any high fence
deer thing where you go in and shoot big deer like they do in other parts of the country?
No, sir.
Okay, okay. Have we had any CWD problems with these deer farms that are out and about?
Not that we're aware of.
Thank you. Okay, I harvested a doe, and sent it to a process. And they said, we'll take care of the CWD situation for you. Well, that's great, obviously. Well, I got my report back and it said inconclusive. And then I read down and said when we got the sample, it wasn't good enough for us to be able to use. Well, obviously I thought I was doing the right thing, but it was evidently I was not. And these people said they'd processed several hundred deer that year. And I can give you the name later on to see if this is a place where we might need to put a freezer or something like that. Got a lot of those deer that were inconclusive.
I appreciate that, bringing that up. And I'll say there's basically 3 outcomes from a test that we send to the lab. There's positive, that those abnormal prions were detected. There's not a negative result. They actually call it not detected, meaning we were able to look at the sample and we saw no evidence of the disease. And then we do dig in when we get a number of samples that are inconclusive, and that can come from the wrong tissue being collected. The tissue cannot be properly stored in the formalin. It can maybe not be enough of it. Sometimes animal headshot, sometimes that can be an issue. So there can be a lot of reasons for that inconclusive, but absolutely we look at a given cooperator. If they have a number of those, then absolutely our staff gets out there and works with them, try to figure out what the problem was, try to fix that. Because yeah, we don't like the inconclusive results any more than you do.
I'll get you the name that.
Sure. Yeah.
Later on.
Thank you.
Real quick, is there any compensation or anything from all these taxidermists and stuff like that that help us so much on this, or they get some kind?
Yes, they did. So folks that are enrolled and active in our Cervid Health Cooperator Program, we pay them per sample for collecting that sample. It's $10 if they supply just the head to us. It's $20 if they pull the lymph nodes. And when we have done, before somebody starts doing the math on all the samples, when we looked at what it cost us internally for our staff to do all that, the numbers were far higher. For us to go, it's a great bargain for us. It gets us, particularly through the taxidermist program, it really gets us to the deer that are most likely to be infected. So it's the earliest warning system we could possibly get.
We do have caps.
And thank you, Brett. We do have caps. It's not an unlimited number that they can cash in.
My taxidermist is complaining that he's not getting it now. Everybody like that. He explained to me what he had to do, et cetera, et cetera. It sounded like it was working well.
It's 20.
If he's if he just gives us the head, then we would get $10 for that. If they go the extra step and they pull the retropharyngeal lymph nodes, put them in the formalin for us and that sort of thing. Yeah, thank you.
What state did the first CWD positive show up in?
Colorado.
When was that?
Colorado in the
1967.
late 1960s.
1967.
There was that first east of the Mississippi.
It's Colorado's experience. So was then.
There's a gentleman from scabies and had
You gotta be careful comparing western states versus. It showed up east of the Mississippi, Wisconsin in 2001. I think it's where the first time they found it into the wild white-tailed deer herds. Very different than the mule deer, white-tailed elk herds. It behaves quite differently on the western landscape. But now, since the late, I guess it got into the wild early 70s out there. It was first discovered in pens in Colorado, at Colorado State University, I think it was.
Yeah, the way that disease plays out in the east, where we have,
Much higher deer densities.
much higher deer densities, different types of habitats, different deer interaction is very, very different than what it plays out in the west. In fact, we were sort of talking this morning, looking at our maps, how sort of closely aligned where we're finding deer are to some of our major river drainages. And I mean, it really speaks to where the population is the densest and where deer tend to travel.
What would be the first state east of the Mississippi?
Wisconsin, 2001.
Somewhere right in that ballpark, that's when it went. And then look, it's gonna be in 2020, Tennessee and Arkansas, we had it then or not too long after then, because their prevalence rates are, astronomical, which means they detect it. So,
It's been one of the,
and now after 30 some years, we're starting to see the research, the results coming out of those states, which is helping us inform our decisions and saying, okay, here's what happens if you do nothing. Here's what they're studying and they're learning about these areas. So, I would say the most prevalent east of Mississippi is probably Wisconsin, Tennessee, and Arkansas. Those are the areas where you see these really 50+% prevalence rates in the bugs.
and what we've learned from kind of looking at their examples, and there's been some really good research done in those areas, is how long CWD can tick along kind of unnoticed. Brad and I have talked about it before. It's really surprising, even in those areas that have pretty high prevalence that have been there for a long time, how few symptomatic clinical cases they see. You think those animals would show up, but it tends to not really drag the population that way. It can tick along for a long time at very low prevalence. So I think we're in a more fortunate position to know about it much earlier in our time. We're probably I'm about to get way down in the rabbit hole of the weeds on CWD stuff. So good. Thank you.
And I'll just add one more thing to it. Chris and I have talked about it, staff, and we've all talked about it, and we're in a good place in terms of, we caught it. Our prevalence rates appear to be fairly low, a little more widespread up in the Northwest than we had hoped, but it's out there. The actions we take now are going to delay it. I mean, in 10, 15 more years, and that prevalence rate creeps on up to 10, 15%, whatever it is, we're just going to be what we are. I mean, kind of like Arkansas is and Tennessee is in those places. And so we're trying to take these steps to delay that prevalency as long as we can, because that'll help us. So without, undermining our hunters and hunter satisfaction and all of this. So switching gears just a little bit, I'll talk about, we just got a couple rule presentations or rule ideas for the big game committee to hear. These, of course, we're just introducing the concepts of rule proposals that we're going to be working on through this year. The first one deals with our urban deer season. And we're starting to look into some of the management of our urban deer based on our urban deer study that we got back and some other things. This first step is basically just some administrative changes to streamline enrollment in the urban archery season. We're suggesting to keep the requirement, to maintain the requirement that the city or towns notify us that they want to be included in the season. But currently they have to tell us every year. They have to send us a letter every year by April 1st saying they want to be in the season for this year, the way the rules wrote. We're going to fix that and say, we're going to say, once you tell us the first time you're enrolled until you tell us you don't want to be enrolled. That'll be relieve a huge administrative burden for the cities and towns, and quite frankly, an administrative burden for us, for our staff as well. They're in until they tell us they want out. And then we're going to remove the requirement. There's a current requirement and rule for a map, but we're just basically going to say, city, if you opt in, the city is in the season, you guys can determine where people can and can't hunt. It's private property issues, it's public parks in there. The cities can decide whether hunting or not occurs in there. And the maps aren't readily available out there anyway, so we're just going to take that requirement. That's another administrative burden that's didn't prove to be necessary through looking back through time about that season. So just a little cleanup, make things a little bit easier and get people enrolled and take some burden off the cities and towns as far as staying in the season. They, inevitably a third of them forget to send us the letter, and then they call us in June and, oh, we need to be in. And so this will fix all that. Questions about those? Okay, this is the CWD management area rules. If you remember this rule, we passed this rule the last cycle, and this will probably be an ongoing trend where we revisit this rule every rule cycle, adjusting for counties and those kind of things. Right now, we're looking at adding Sampson County to the CWD management area rule. and we'll remove it from the other whitetail deer rule, the other season, and it'll have the CWD management area season, which in Sampson County is the same as the eastern deer season. But so the most significant changes to Sampson County would be inclusion in the county in the velvet season, the special early season, and the ability to use CWD map tags countywide. Before, if you were in a surveillance area, you had to be within 5 miles of a positive to, unless you were in a primary county. Well, this will make that program available countywide for hunters and property owners in Sampson County. As Miranda pointed out, we're still waiting on some results to come in. So you may see other previous surveillance counties included in this row as well. I mean, I'll just mention that we do have one potential preliminary positive in another surveillance county that we're waiting on confirmation from Ames about before we say, hey, we've got it here, because we've all been down that road before about saying it somewhere and then getting it overturned. So we will be updating this as we get ready before, but we're gonna make a definitive decision so that it gets put into the Regs Digest this upcoming season, so everybody will know what's what. Yes, sir.
Do we still have DMAP counties in addition to CW DMAP?
Yes, sir. Our DMAP program continues to evolve and expand. We've got regular DMAP, which is kind of what landowners have. They're managing their buck populations for a variety of reasons. We've got what we call community DMAP, which is primarily targeted for homeowners associations, developed areas that want to have the opportunity to use whatever method of hunting they want to use. Archery, it's usually archery. We can enroll those properties into CDMAP, community DMAP, we call it. And then that creates, if you guys all lived in a neighborhood, everybody that wanted to have hunting, we could give you DMAP tags to use, and that's a population control. And we've got CW DMAP, which of course is targeted for CWD. And then we have, this past year, we introduced agriculture DMAP, which is targeted at agriculture producers with no acreage limits on them. If you've got commercial agriculture on your property, you can enroll that land, and we give you DMAP tags to shoot. Well, we keep that one to does only because we want to make the hunter shoot does.
So are most all those does?
Most all of them are does only. You can qualify for extra buck tags. It's a per acreage basis, and that's on the regular DMAP program. CW DMAP is either sex. We want them, it's either sex. You can shoot bucks, does, whatever.
Run through those again real quick of the different types of DMAPs, which ones are?
Deer Management Assistance Program is antlerless only, but you can qualify for extra buck tags on a per acreage basis. I forget the exact ratio for that, but it's a couple more buck tags if you need them, but it's primarily for, most people use DMAP for, kind of quality deer management, for lack of a better way to put it. They're growing their age structure out, they're targeting, and they're trying to reduce the doe density on those properties. Community DMAP is usually antlerless only, but can be, it's at the biologist's discretion depending on what's going on there. But again, the point, if it's population control you're after, you got to shoot does. It's not, you give them a buck tag to go out there, set in the communities, they'll sit there and wait on that big buck to come by. They won't shoot the does. So you got to get them to shoot does. CW DMAP's either sex because we just want them shooting deer, and quite frankly, they can shoot more bucks. I mean, that's a good thing. And then
the DMAP still 1,000 contiguous acres.
The regular is 1,000 acres east and 500 west. None of the others have acreage restrictions on them.
500 west.
Northwestern deer season and western deer season, I think, is 500. Central and eastern deer seasons are 1,000.
Central's 1,000, but it could be, doesn't have to be 100. You could group together.
Yeah, you can group them together as long as, and the point of that is that the regular DMAP is really about, that age structure management, buck management. You're not going to do that on 100 acres. That's not happening. But the others are more about population control. So you shoot as many deer as you can shoot on the given landscape that you've got. So that's why we don't have acreage limits on those. And we took the acreage limit off for the ag DMAP. We took that off because, if you've got a 50-acre farm and you need to shoot more deer, we're going to give them tags so they can shoot more deer.
But on that 1,000, there is the way to qualify for extra bucks. So if you do want to take some cull bucks or whatever.
Correct. Yeah, there's a formula for that. Now, I can't quote the exact formula. I mean, it's so many per square mile or something, X number of bucks per square mile that you can qualify for. And then I think this is the last big game committee proposal. This is actually a 10D proposal. So Darren will present this one when we do the formal proposals in October. But this has to deal with our designated bear management area rule. And if you recall, a couple of years ago, we changed the bear seasons in the western part of the state, and we shifted onto a little bit earlier. And this rule was tied up in administrative review, and we just, quite frankly, sort of overlooked the dog training and running rule in there. The current rule states that dogs can't be trained or allowed to run unleashed between March 1st and the Monday on or nearest October 15th. That's the old opening day of bear season in the West. We've changed that to the Saturday on or immediately prior to October the 9th. Well, the problem that caused on our permit hunts on these areas, and quite frankly, it's specifically a problem for the point of sale permits, where that's Daniel Boone and Mount Mitchell, where the hunters are going, the bear hunters are going, they're getting their permit to hunt. They go out there on opening day of bear season, and if they're running bear dogs, they're illegal, because technically the rule says you can't run dogs unleashed until the Monday on or nearest October 15th. So this is basically what amounts to a minor administrative fix to adjust that dog training and running unleashed to correspond to the opening day of bear season, like it should have been all along. And that will resolve that problem on those permit only hunts. We're not making any other changes to this rule at this time, just fixing that date so that these guys aren't inadvertently illegal out there for that week and a half bear hunting, where they have a permit that says they can. So this will just fix that.
So March 1st goes rabbit season.
That's just been the historic date to stop training dogs during come into turkey season, and there's a number of different reasons. And this is specifically on, well, this is on the designated bear management areas, the old sanctuaries that we call now designated bear management areas. And then is that consistent on public land state in the West? I don't think it is. Yeah. It's just, I mean, the game lands, but that is the consistent dates on game lands. Yeah. Otherwise, off game lands, you can train your dogs on private lands whenever you want.
What's the dates for that? Training on unleashed on private lands?
It's
year round.
Year round. Yeah. Is that right, Philip? I think that's right. Yeah. But this is specifically referring to the actions that occur on the designated bear management areas, and this will change it for all of them, but it most specifically relates to the ones that we have permit hunts on, where the folks are out there bear hunting and running bears with dogs, and they weren't really supposed to be based on the way the rule is.
A lot of emails on people that just run even outside of the deer season. Folks, I mean, they complain if it's deer season, but they're also complaining outside of deer season. It's just not.
Yeah, and we can't, and east of the dog line, we can't regulate that at all. Yeah.
Even out of season, that's the legislature.
We can regulate it on game lands, but that's only
Property.
private. Correct. That's the three rule proposals. Any questions about those? Relatively, hopefully calm and not too controversial. April was not be able to be here today. She's doing another presentation. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I'll go ahead and present the deer harvest update. This will be rather quick. So our preliminary reported harvest this year is now in. This will change maybe a little bit once we clean the data, but not too much. Pretty cool. 199,709. We're almost to 200,000. This is another record harvest year for deer harvest in the state. So hunters are killing deer. We're killing more deer than we've ever killed before, but I'll show you in a second. This is great. I really like this graph. I mean, this really is, this is our percent male to percent female, 56-44 statewide. I mean, 44% of our harvest is female. That's a pretty good percentage. The western one's creeping up to 35. The Northwest is changing a little bit. It's 58-42. Some of that's attributed to our CWD management efforts up there. CWD map and some of those programs. So, but we're holding the line with our percent female harvest. So we're doing a pretty good job with that. The hunters are across the landscape, just probably not shooting enough. Because here's where we're at with our population estimate. April ran the model, this new model, and we're at right about 1.3 million deer statewide. And our harvest, of course, was 199,709. So that's, if I'm doing the math right, somewhere around 16%. We're harvesting about 16% of our total deer population. Not necessarily. There's so many variables that come into play. And when you look at it statewide, I mean, the deer, I'm gonna show you the deer density map in just a second. It's gonna really point out the challenges we face across the state. But I don't know that there's a recommend the doe harvest. Yeah, we want that to be, you know, around 45% or so. And we're spot on that pretty well. We're doing good. You know, total harvest numbers, that's a whole another presentation probably for about challenges with harvest and addressing that and getting hunters to shoot more deer and all that stuff. Because, you know, this is the brand new hot off the press 2025 deer density map. You know, there's positive things on this map. Look at the left over in the western part of the state. We're seeing those deer densities per square mile finally drifting up. You know, we're finally seeing the change over there in the west. We're up to, you know, 11 to 30 deer per square mile over there. And that's something the folks over there have been looking for years. Still not that great on some of the national forests and public lands, but the private land deer herds are really, really doing well over there. So hence the changes that we've enacted over the last few years relative to that. Problem, I mean, you look at the coastal plain, you know, we're in that 21 to 40 deer per square mile. It could be just a little bit lower and help with agriculture crop damages and those kind of things. But all in all, that's a pretty good, healthy deer density across the eastern landscape, and probably much more in line with the habitat than you know, 15 to 20 years ago when they were, you know, extremely high deer densities down there. In this neck of the woods is where we're starting to see. In fact, I'm going down to Stanley County next week to talk to some agriculture producers down there about the tools in their toolbox. But, you know, this is over 50 deer per square mile now. That is a lot of deer on the landscape. And there's some challenges in there. You see some of the gray stuff mingled in there. That's the non-huntable lands. And as urban development continues, and you see that up there where we did the urban deer study in some of these places. That's high deer densities. And so we're working on ways and trying to figure out how to facilitate higher deer harvest in those areas.
In the past, I've given deer to hunters for the hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's a great thing to be able to do. Is there a way to try to encourage that? I mean, I'm looking down to that density there, because sometimes I'd love to shoot a deer, but I don't want to mess with that darn thing.
Well, that's been some of my messaging when I've gone. I've done a couple of talks to the agriculture industry in the state, working cooperatively with them. And one of the messaging to them has been, we have to figure out what to do with these deer, because hunters aren't going to shoot whitetail deer and throw them in the ditch. So they've got to have something to do with them. I mean, one of my pleas to them is we have farmers feeding hungry and hunters for the hungry. They attempt to generate the revenue. I've asked, you know, those folks, I said, you know, maybe time we get skin in the game, you know, if we got to fund these processors to process these deer to get, and then have a distribution mechanism that gets this meat to people that need it. And then, I don't know, stay tuned, because there's some really out of the box stuff coming along. I mean, they're talking about it in the Southeastern Deer Study Group and trying to facilitate the harvest of deer, because, you know, people shoot their 1 or 2 deer. You know, we refer to it as the freezer limit, and they won't, I mean, they're not going to shoot any more deer unless they got something to do with them. And so figuring out what that is and how to facilitate that is another challenge on our landscape for the next, for the foreseeable future.
Right. Brad, one question, what would be the best scenario for a deer per square mile? I mean, what do y'all like to see?
Where's Chris? I mean, so I'll answer that a couple ways. Number one, the folks that do ag crop damage, that kind of thing, they say anytime you can keep the deer density around 30-ish or so, you start to minimize your crop damage. You don't see the impact. But quickly after it gets past 30, you start to see the impact on that, you know, on the crops. From a hunting standpoint, it's a little bit depends. It depends on the habitat. You know, the western part, the national forest and the western part of the state are probably never going to hold 30 deer per square mile. You know, they just don't have the habitat to support that.
Color this map green and yellow across the state, that would be perfect, would you say? I mean, would be as close.
Yeah, that tends to be our typical guidelines. That's where we're shooting for. I mean, that would be And look, this map is, I didn't put all the maps in here, but it's interesting to watch this map blink on and off from time to time. You know, we shoot a lot of deer in these counties for a few years, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what's going on, whether it's development, what it is, all of a sudden the density start to rise up in those counties. And but yeah, if we could have this thing somewhere sitting in that green to yellow, light orange tint for some places where the hunters are more used to that would be where we target. But you know, as you know, I could give you my other presentation. You know, we give them all the time to shoot them, but we can't make them shoot them. You know, we give them all the tags, but we can't make them fill them. And so that's the challenge, is figuring out how to get people to shoot more deer in these areas and get opportunity for people to shoot deer in those areas as well.
Brad, is it in our regulations digest anywhere that shows here's your hunter for the hungry drop offs, or here's your lined landfills, or basically deer disposal sites that people could know if I've shot a deer carcass?
I don't think, well, we don't have we don't have a processors list on there. We don't have, there may be an ad for Hunters for the Hungry in the digest. I can't remember. And you have to go to your webpage, their webpage, to see where that is. But
landfills, or where, I mean, you know, the wrong thing, a lot of people think over the past that, you know, jumping off a bridge into a river or something, you know.
That's now illegal.
Yeah, it's the worst thing you could do.
Yeah.
But, you know, they just go down the closest gravel road and drop in the ditch.
Well, that's why we're trying to focus on the disposal and that's not just for CWD management. That's for other issues as well. And different counties offer, you know, disposal at the landfill. Some will let you put them into, you know, the stations, the pickup stations and those kind of things. But
that's something we need to put on if it's not on our website, put on there or in our regulations digest, just so folks know where's the proximity to properly dispose of the.
That's a lot of places. We don't have the pages in the digest for that, but we could, we could put a link to, you know, to county, to go to county landfills. I mean, on the webpage, I would think. Yeah.
Put that first slide back up. Would.
I'll need to take a picture.
Yeah, that one. Well, no, one that showed Babs zone, that one.
Brad can send you this.
Yeah, we'll send you this.
We'll send it to you.
I'll have it.
A lot of deer in the central part of the state now. Much better habitat, quite frankly, but Northeastern's got pretty good.
It's next to last. One more slide. I don't cut into my bear stuff here, so roll on.
I'm done unless there's further questions about you.
Have roadkill in there or not?
No, we don't account for roadkill. Roadkill is, you know, it's a mortality factor that we can't capture. So this is the reason we use reported harvest, because it's a consistent index. You know, reported harvest is reported harvest. You know, we have an estimated harvest too. We use the Hunter Harvest Survey that gives us an estimated, and that's how we kind of calculate our reporting rate when we do that, because that uses statistical sampling to get an estimated total harvest. But we use reported harvest for all of this because that gives us the constant. If you call your deer in, everybody, you know, people that call their deer in, they call them in every year. People that don't. We can't account for non-reported harvest either. Bears.
Bears. Hate the small game. What's that? I hate the small game. They're gonna be a little late. I'll be all right.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jenna Malzahn. I'm your statewide black bear biologist. I have a couple updates to go through, so we'll get started. The first is we do have a new updated black bear occupied range map seen here. And so just to make note, the occupied range is based on evidence of breeding females. So you can still find bears throughout the state, but this map is dealing with evidence of breeding females. And so that's, you're looking at females with cubs or females over the age of 3 was our cutoff. And we used the DHA surveys, harvest information, non-harvest mortality, as well as HWI reports, and then the experience and expertise of our district biologists to update this map. And then also a lot of it has to do with travel corridors. So you can see, like, especially going into Chatham County, that kind of branch off. We're having some bears start to move along different river systems and creek systems to expand. Yeah. And from here, we'll go into our preliminary harvest numbers for 2025. So same with deer, these, as we kind of quality check and control these numbers, they may change a little bit. I don't see any kind of drastic changes, but statewide, we did have 4,491 bears harvested this past season. It is another increase, so it's actually 45 more bears than last year. So it's our another fourth time over 4,000 bears, and is our highest highest harvest on record. It was a 1% increase from the 2024 season. We had bears harvested in 78 counties this year, which is actually a decrease. We had 83 counties back in 2024. This is kind of the breakdown, and we'll now go into each bear management unit as well. So first, I guess I forgot about this slide. So first, this is kind of the breakdown of long-term reported harvest. So you can see we're still increasing, especially statewide and in the coast. But now we'll go kind of break down by bear management units too. So for the coast, we did have another increase. We had a 7% increase in harvest this year with 2,950 bears. And we did have actually a slight decrease in our female sex ratio of 42%, which is good. We were sitting at 46% in 2023 and 47% in 2024, which is a little bit higher than we want. So we're sitting really well. And also the coast is the reason why we did have record harvest again this year. Because as you will see as we go through, for the mountains, we actually had a 7% decrease in harvest this year. And so we harvested 1,460 bears. And for both the mountains and the Piedmont, it's most likely due to acorn abundance and acorn productivity. So we had a really great crop of white oaks. So your chestnut and your whites had a really great crop this year. So bears were kind of moving around a lot, eating acorns, and not necessarily available for hunters to pick off and go to bait piles because they had other sources of natural food available for them. And then so for the Piedmont as well, we actually had a 21% decrease in harvest. But also we're looking at smaller numbers. So last year was 102 bears versus this year, which is 81 bears. And again, it was very much impacted by acorn abundance. It's probably why we saw that decrease. But yeah, that's all we have for harvest. So now we'll kind of go into big kind of undertaking for my job is updating our black bear management plan. And so I'm gonna break down that. So first of all, this is our committee. So I'm on it. And then also, so Colleen is also on it. She's my supervisor. And then we have James Tomberlin, who's the operations Mountain Region Supervisor. Joe Folta is the Operations Piedmont District 5 Wildlife Biologist. He's taking over that role. And then John Shaw for Operations Coastal Region Supervisor is also on it. And then we have from the Land and Water Access Division, we have Ryan Jacobs, who's the Mountain Region Supervisor, Cody Folk, who's the Southern Piedmont Management Biologist, and then Nick Schaefer, who's the Coastal Region Supervisor. And so we've had a couple meetings already. And we're starting to get into the bulk of what we're going to be doing. So the big kind of additions and updates, we're updating all objectives, but also we are adding to the plan. So we're adding a new section on urban bear management. And then we're adding 4 new objectives. So a bear health objective, a bear viewing objective, bear research technology and data management, and then training for suspected bear incidences are all going to be new statewide objectives, as well as all the other updates for all our previous objectives and sections. And so this is kind of a breakdown of our timeline. So we have completed 1 objective already. So bears and roads, that is complete and up to date. April 20 of this year, we're going to be finishing and updating the introduction and history section. June, the plan is to finish and update the regulated hunting and bear habitat objectives, and then create the bear health and training for suspected bear incidences objectives. And then August is kind of where a lot more of the bulk of what we have to do is, and we're going to be updating the population, monitoring population trends objective, the education objective, and then creating the bear viewing, bear research, technology, and data management objectives. And then also in August, we will be creating the urban bear management section, and then finish updating the DBMA, Mountain BMU, Coastal BMU, and Piedmont BMU sections as well. So these are kind of just the smaller updates. And so throughout this year, we will, of course, keep you guys updated on how we're doing and what decisions we've made. And then our kind of major deadlines are early October, we're going to submit a draft to the Wildlife Chief Director's Office. And then December, submit our final draft to Big Game Committee. And hopefully in February of 2027, we will have it for you guys to review and vote on. And that is all I have. So if you guys have any questions. Yes.
Man, we've got a place up in Black Mountain, and during the course of the year, we see bears all over the place, except now. And I've heard this expression, torpor or turper or whatever else, but I mean, I've got a series of cameras up there. Where are they?
Yeah, they're denned up. So they're in their dens right now. So
What is, I mean, when you say they're in a den, what constitutes a den? Whatever else?
a whole bunch of things. So yeah, they can be in trees, live trees, snags,
Crawl up a tree and get on a limb?
no, inside the tree. So inside a tree, they can be they can dig an excavation in the ground, a hole in the ground. They can be in caves and rock crevices. They can be under people's decks and in crawl spaces if they really want to. They can also be in brush piles, and then also they can have ground nests as well. Those are generally in like areas where it's really thick vegetation, and you're kind of thinking like turkey nest, but bear sized. And those are generally really in thick vegetation, so it's hard for us to kind of come across them.
We had an old horse stable up there that they broke into the back bed, whatever else, and we had a couple of them just in there having a large time for a long. One day they made a mistake of scaring some of my folks, and we just had to go board that up. But we put cameras there, and they were coming back, stepping and pulling on the boards and whatever else.
No, yeah, they are.
Them out of the stable.
Yeah, they can, they don't have collarbones, so they can fit into a lot of smaller spaces than you would expect for a big bear to be.
But I mean, are they living off the fat in their bodies? I mean.
Yep. Yeah, so in the fall, they go through hyperphagia, so they'll pack on the pounds, and that sustains them through the winter when there is like limited food available, and that's why it can sustain them, so yeah.
Call that hibernation, or you call it torpor, or whatever that word is.
Yeah, it's hibernation, but yeah, you can, it's because it's slightly different than like true hibernators, because they can wake up throughout it. So that's why people will throw around the word torpor as well.
Thank you very much.
Right, Gina, this may go back to Colleen, I guess. In 2022, we were doing a survey of increase and the bear increase study and the collecting samples, and I've been anxiously waiting on hearing what happened with that, because some of the people that participated in that have been asking me, what did we receive? I know it was third partied out, I assume. And those studies, I know COVID caught some of that too, but do we have any of those findings? Because those folks have been asking for.
Are you talking about the Coastal Bear Project?
Yes.
Yeah, so we are starting to get, like, they're starting to develop the density kind of map for us, and it's aligning with what we think, but they're still working on the models currently on getting actual like number estimates for us.
So we're still working on a 2022 bear study model that we haven't put back in where.
So their deadline is to wrap up like now. So we're not too behind, because the actual field work was 2024 and 2023 summer.
2023 and 2024 is when the field collection was. They got thousands of bear samples, genetic samples, and it just takes a while. They're on track to finish with the timeline they had provided us.
And that timeline was, I'm sorry,
Sure, the timeline was basically for them to be finalized with this project by end of this year, December 31st, 2026. However, be able to provide us with the density map. Basically, it's gonna be, you can say, a heat map. Bear population, the coastal bear management unit. They're gonna provide us that as well as a population estimate, hopefully in the next few months. That's what Jen was referring to, is they're finalizing those models. So by summer, if not sooner, we'll have what we're nicknaming the heat map of bears.
So we'll kind of have a snapshot, I guess.
Yes. And that's really gonna be beneficial, because when we created those zones within the coastal bear management unit back in 2015, 16, we didn't have bear densities. Now, we had other great information we could use to make those zones, but we didn't have the density. So this density map will really help us look at our zones, and do we need to make any tweaks or not? Part of it will all be part of the bear management plan as well, but yeah, we're getting there. Just tell your landowners that participated, it's coming. It just
I've been
takes.
telling them that for a while.
Yeah.
But anyway, good enough.
Yeah.
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 All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody got any other questions?
Then I have to, recently it was very, very cold up in the mountain, got down in single digits. The bears just lay there and just deal with it, and they're okay with it all.
Yep, they're completely fine. Yeah, because when they pick their dens, you generally pick a area that is nicely insulated from the weather. They also are packing on like the pounds, and so a lot of fat reserves to protect them from the cold. And they get their winter coat in, and then also they generally pick areas that have not as much disturbance as well. So they're really well set up to survive winter at those cold temperatures.
Thank you very much.
Is there any hibernate in the eastern zone?
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, no. Yeah, you'll hibernate in the east, and it's particular for females giving birth. So bears that are pregnant, they have to den because that's where they're giving birth. That's where they protect their cubs. So you can still have activity in the winter because hibernation it's just a behavioral adaptation for bears to survive. Limited food is really what it is. It's not necessarily cold temperatures that make them kind of den up. It's they have less access to food and water. So on the coast, when you still have lots of food available, you can still have bears be active. It's just the females that are giving birth that have to den up, because then they're in charge of raising and caring for itty bitty cubs that are completely dependent on them.
That was very interesting.
Yeah.
All right, good deal. Anything else? Because we're overdue.
Good question. I think we've all heard this, question, and that is that in the Piedmont area, it looked like there's a 21% increase in harvest. I believe I read that right. 21%.
Decrease.
The decrease.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, the question is somewhat muted then, but, should we open it up to the bow hunters or in that area? And I know there's a safety issue, a mortality issue, et cetera, but it's come up several times. So
The Piedmont Bear Management Unit and the bear seasons in the Piedmont will be part of the come out of the recommendations for the Bear Management Unit in from the bear plan and working on what we do relative to bear hunting in the Piedmont and where and pressure and all that. So that'll all be a component of all that recommendations out of the plan. Well, we'll once we get the objectives for the Piedmont Bear Management Unit.
One more question, Justin, and I need.
Yes, so I live in the eastern part of the state where black bear heavily prevalent. I've got farms that will see 25 to 30 bear a day. And this has been brought to me by multiple guys that are in the hunting industry for black bear. Since we have started baiting bear, feeding bear year round, we've gone from seeing typically a sow with 2 cubs to we're seeing sows consistently with 3 and 4. Is there anything to be done to manage this increase in population in our area? Because I've got maps, field maps from crop history where the increase in the bear is getting detrimental to the agriculture in the area in certain places, specifically around Lake Mesquite and the Pungo Refuge.
Yeah, so that is going to be something we're looking at for updating the bear management plan, and also with the Coastal Bear Project, getting kind of those results of the heat map for density will better help us kind of understand what bears look like out east on a more fine scale than we can right now. Because currently, looking at our kind of population trends, we are meeting our objectives. We are stabilizing population on the coast, but that is looking at the full coast. So with the coastal like bear project, we can get a kind of more fine scale to different like potentially county levels or like more in the zone levels. So you can get a better idea and potentially make changes to zones and then potentially to kind of harvest.
Just like any other livestock, the healthier the female is and the more
Yeah.
available, the more productive.
Yeah, and on the coast, they're really well set up for like, they have a longer growing season, and then also you have baiting, and then you also have supplemental food from agriculture
Yeah,
too.
that's right.
So they're really well set up.
Thank y'all. We're gonna move on, but John Coley needs to see the very first slide that showed the CWD. So he can take a picture of it, I'm sure. And I'm gonna be adjourned, let Jim Ruff have it.
That one?
Very
You want the- There's the one in the counties. Let me just go through these from, there's the northwest. There's the southeastern zone. And there's the new northeast zone. And I will make these available. These will be available to you guys. We can provide them.
Just for clarification, that showed Edgecombe, but it's just will be Edgecombe as far as.
So that is a good, yeah, it will likely be, so Edgecombe, the surveillance area there will be, let me get to that one. Will probably be Pitt, Martin, Halifax, and Edgecombe. That's what our surveillance plan calls for. That's what that will be where we identify, and the director will proclaim those through proclamation. We can do that by proclamation now. That will not be CWD management area yet. We're gonna watch those counties and see where we're at. You know, it's highly likely that we're gonna hit a Pitt or Martin County positive, given where those locations are right there. So.
Game chair, I hereby adjourn this meeting. We will begin the small game committee meeting. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Margo, will you please have roll calls?
Gonna do a roll call for our small game committee members, committee chair Jim Ruffin,
Present.
committee vice chair Steve Wyndham,
Here.
committee member Tom Berry,
Here.
Ray Clifton,
Here.
John Stone,
Here.
Tom Beaslett,
Here.
and ex officio members Mark Craig and Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have it.
Thank you, Margo. With that, we'll get right into it. Brad, if you would.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go over some small game committee proposals and a couple of proposals that I couldn't figure out what committee to fit them in. So they came into the small game committee with coyotes and pigs. So the first one is a proposal for squirrel seasons. We keep getting more and more interest in our squirrel hunting and our squirrel seasons out there. I think people have shot all the deer they want to shoot, and now they want to go back to squirrel hunting. But this was actually a constituent request. It was a good suggestion. The gentleman was in Graham County, way out west, and he was basically asking for a little earlier opportunity because January and February is kind of cold, and the squirrels are holed up, and I think he said in those months. So he asked, could we open the squirrel season earlier for gray squirrels? And we looked at everything, and currently it's open on or nearest October Monday. Ironically, the one squirrel season opens on a Monday, not a Saturday. Everything else opens on Saturday, but squirrel season there's a couple others, but we're proposing to open it on the Saturday on or nearest October 1st, and there's no real biological concerns for that. And this would just be for gray and red squirrels.
Same daily limit.
Same limits, everything, just giving them a couple weeks. And that really comes into play out in the western part of the state, especially because now that we've shifted the deer seasons out there, we don't have that muzzleloader season in that framework now. So they will basically get a nice month to be in the woods squirrel hunting out there in the mountains. This is a technical cleanup for our Fox rules. We won't go down into the weeds other than to say wheels on top of it. we went through this Fox where we omitted some things apparently in the readoption that needs to be fixed to make the bag limits clearer, to amend the Fox seasons to match the current laws, which, you know, we also publish a whole nother book about the Fox seasons. And then apparently in all this review of this, we're going to have to remove the language that creates an archery season on foxes east of I-77 because commission doesn't have authority to establish that season. And we don't know how it got established, but we're going to amend it to remove the archery season for foxes. But most told, this is an administrative cleanup to match for the NCAC rule to match what statutes and those say. If you have detailed questions about that, I would suggest talking to Will. Raise your hand, Will. Here's a recommendation that we got, and we examined it and decided that this was a good move. This is a suggestion to remove the daily bag limit for taking raccoons by means of hunting. Currently, there's a daily bag limit of 3 raccoons. It's the only fur bearer species with a daily limit for hunting. There's no daily limit for raccoons for trapping, and there's no real biological need for a daily limit on raccoons for hunting. In our raccoon hunter surveys and stuff, it seems like the avid raccoon hunters are somewhat limiting themselves anyway to how many raccoons they're actually taking when they're out hunting with dogs and those kind of things. But there's no real reason to have a daily bag limit for hunting on raccoons.
Okay, good.
Now these are suggestions from this was a combined suggestion from Wildlife Management and our Law Enforcement Division. For many years, it's been legal to hunt feral swine and coyotes at night on private lands with the use of lights, et cetera. But, you know, we've always kind of had the issue, and it's becoming more and more prevalent, of people shining lights from their vehicle with their guns in the passenger compartment, shining lights, and if they get stopped, you know, they're probably shining for deer, but if they get stopped, oh, I'm coyote hunting, or I'm looking for coyotes to hunt. So, or I'm looking for pigs to hunt. So this is going to articulate, because we have the authority to do that by the statute, what the rules are for shining lights for hunting coyotes and feral swine are. And it's basically going to say you can't shine a light from any conveyance for the purpose of hunting coyotes or feral swine. And that'll help our enforcement folks if that'll stop that issue of, oh, I'm looking for coyotes. Yes, sir.
Is there a way, I guess, are there any other options from enforcement suggestions? Like maybe if you're, well, I guess they would always converse with that or.
Yeah. This is where we we're working, and then Philip can speak to that as well. Working together, this is kind of where we landed. Just say, you can't shine a light for pigs and coyotes. You cannot shine a light from any conveyance. And you know, with and I think it's added in there with a weapon in the vehicle.
This is a recommendation by Wildlife.
Correct.
Does a conveyance include a 4-wheeler or a horse?
What all does it include, Philip? I don't know about a horse. It does include 4-wheelers, any of that, but I guess if you want to ride around on a horse looking for pigs, you probably still could, but
don't make this
thermal imagery is a whole different question, which was also on our list, but no, this would not necessarily affect that. But it's illegal to shoot out of a truck. So that's, you know, what the issue really was is they were stopping people for shining deer, and they, oh no, we're looking for coyotes.
Set up coyote, but you technically still use the light.
Oh yeah, as long as you're not in a conveyance. Yeah, as long as you're not shining from a vehicle.
Still, let me ask or say, there's a lot of coyote hunting going on. I don't know of anybody that shines a light looking for a hog or a coyote. They're using thermal.
I think that maybe several years ago, that was very common. Now with thermal, I don't think it's as common. There's still some doing it. But the problem we're running into is people are saying they're doing this.
I think the some that are doing it are not hunting. Thermal hunting for coyotes and hogs is way more efficient. I just don't see the.
Yeah, but not everybody's doing. A lot of people riding and saying I'm shining.
Right. What I'm saying is,
we're trying to knock.
Yeah, this is simply closing a loophole.
Yeah.
Down the highway with a spotlight out.
Yeah, I agree.
With a gun in their truck.
Would enforcement be allowed to say motorized conveyance? Or would you Better, is there, yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that's actually what we put in there.
Chad said any conveyance, so that's what I've got written in there right now, but,
Legal, but what's the motorized would be fine.
motorized will be fine.
But electric, is electric considered a motorized?
Motorized.
Motorized.
Uses mountain bike or spotlight.
Yeah, we can pick, we hadn't kind of got completely to the text of it, yes, but yeah. The idea was to close this loophole for those, so we'll do that. We'll make sure it says motorized conveyance.
Brad, we don't need a motion or anything for this, do we?
No, so this is just ideas right now. We'll go to the rules committee next and then we'll go through the process, but and if you got ideas, if something comes up, please, by all means, email me. You know, if something, you got another question, by all means, email me. That's it for small game, rule proposals. Yes, sir.
In the beginning, the rabbits were included in the small game committee.
Rabbits.
That's correct.
Oh, the pictures are just the ones we were doing rules on. I'm sorry, I got over creative. Yeah. Every one of those represents one of the rule changes. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I like that. Rabbits are a very much small game for sure.
You said you followed up thermal too. What helped?
So I'll just elaborate on this. We had a long discussion about thermal and Philip can jump in here. The director can jump in. There's a lot of questions about thermal and thermal lights how far out the barn is thermal imagery already? Do we need statutory changes to address illegal hunting with thermal imagery versus legal hunting? It's rather complicated. It's on our radar. If you want to add anything to that, Philip? I mean,
We don't have enough time.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Yeah, but it's on our radar and we're looking at the legalness of it and when you can use it, if there's any regulation that we can even do with it as of right now.
Is there a lot of night poaching?
So I'll say this, yes. And the one problem without going on long is our statutes have not caught up with technology. For example, if we catch somebody shooting a deer with a thermal device at midnight, they don't fall under the same penalties as a typical night deer hunting charge. It would just be shooting them after hours because the statutes do not match. So we've got, some of our statutes are behind with technology.
And I will say that thermal hunting for targeting coyote and hogs has ramped up tremendously. It's a huge sport. And so those guys, there's not a real good way to do it other than the way they're doing it.
It's like I hadn't heard, I used to know every renegade in my county. I don't know anybody that's out here shooting deer at night. I really don't.
We've made numerous cases the last few years with thermal devices.
More eastern or everywhere? Everywhere.
They do it in my place.
We're struggling to figure out how to get them to shoot deer in the daylight. But there's people that just like to do it outside the bounds. So it's happening.
I'm gonna ask a question if I can, though, the difference between thermal and shining. And I'm not a big game hunter, so this is coming from ignorance, but always had been told that the shining actually kind of froze the animal and gave you an unfair advantage. One of the aspects of it, all in addition to hunting after hours, whereas with thermal wouldn't necessarily do that part of that.
You're not going to get the deer in the headlights stop. With thermal, it's going to be more shooting them just like you would be shooting them through a scope in the daytime, but through thermal imagery. So yeah, I've worked with folks who've tried to use thermal for depopulation efforts and they're trying to shoot the deer and the deers are doing this and that, and they're trying to get the shots on them versus you put a spotlight on them, they'll stop and look at you. But the other side of that coin is you shoot them long enough and you hit that spotlight and they're gone because they done figured out the game. So yeah, but yeah, that's generally, but they'll shoot them with the thermal, they'll shoot them behind the shoulder or whatever, just like they would a normal hunt. Yes, sir.
What is the range of these thermals to be able to detect a deer?
Honestly, I don't know. It probably depends on how much money you pay for it.
Thermal detected deer or anything at 100 yards?
Oh, yeah.
Difference in a rabbit or a coon or anything else at 300 yards. I mean, it ain't, technology is way out from.
Go to YouTube, John, when you got time.
That's in all interest of time here, because we're running short on time. If we can move on.
I'll check
Are there any
the
more
running gauge
questions
out
relevant
later
to
on.
the topic?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello again. So, Mr. Chairman, my task here for the next few minutes is to try to tee up some of the things that staff are working on. Our field staff stays very, very busy. Contrary to what y'all might see, I do actually think about things besides chronic wasting disease from time to time. And so really want to tee up some things that would be potential topics that the small game committee might take up in the coming months, coming years. And so just to kind of highlight that a bit for you all. So you can't talk about small game or small game management at all without a conversation about habitat management. That's the starting point for any discussion. Those discussions and information we've certainly had for decades, but in just the last few years, there's some very noteworthy work that some of our social scientist folks are doing. John Eisenhower has been very engaged and really digging into not just the habitat management, from a science standpoint, but from a real world standpoint with landowners. What barriers do private landowners face? What barriers might they need to overcome? What are those financial and intrinsic values that are driving what they do or what they don't do? And I don't want to steal John Eisenhower or anybody else's thunder a little bit, but some of that information points to some places where it might be very ineffective for us to try to engage. Very, very difficult. We bumped into those kind of places for years, but to look at it a little more optimistically, look at the silver lining, some of that work really keys in on some things that could potentially be very advantageous for us to try to weigh in on. And so bringing some of those topics forward for this committee to help wrestle with that a little bit for input about how we might direct, agency actions to assist with private landowner management. Just as a reminder, we have roughly ballpark of 5% of the state is in our game lands program, and the other 95% is some version of private land or industrial land. So there's tremendous opportunity there for them. So. All right, so that's one area of topics there. If we're talking about small game management and small game habitat, it's not a big step over to really start thinking about predation management as well. And that term is chosen very carefully. Predation management is the topic, it doesn't say trapping, it doesn't say predator control or predation control. Really, the idea is a bit more broad than that. Predators are part of every small game population, regardless of whether that population is in decline or in increase or doing well or doing poorly. Predation is always part of that situation. So the things that our staff are doing in relation to this is to do a better job of working with landowners in terms of thinking about, talking about, and doing predation management. So, and to step away from predation management a little bit and trying to explain this, talking with Brad the other day, I talk with Brad a lot. That comes up a lot. But, if I say to a landowner, one of our staff said, Leonard, you should be doing predator management. That's like the financial advisor telling me, hey, Chris, you need to be investing. Okay. How much should I invest? I mean, dig a coffee can in my backyard and bury it? How much? What type of mutual funds? What type of investment strategy? What's my long-term goal? How much does that investment need to recoup over the long term, over the short term? And so those are the kind of questions in terms of predation management that our staff wants to be better positioned to make with landowners. So a starting point is, and we'll talk about a predator survey protocol, but a starting point for that is to simply have a good measuring stick for starting that conversation. What is the abundance of nest predators on your property? How do we determine that? Well, they might say I have a lot, they might say I have a few, but what does that really mean numerically? So we're working, our staff is working very, very hard in the field to develop basically a camera, a way to use a camera estimate to do that. You put cameras out for a certain number of nights. You look at how many of those nights are visited by nest predators, those type of things. So we have a starting point for that discussion. If we look to the quail management world, that's been done for many, many, many years through scent station indices. That proves to be a very effective way to understand predation pressure on a given property. So we're really excited about that. We're really excited about developing that protocol and then using that protocol on different properties, different case studies to get an idea of, well, here's a property that the turkeys are doing great and quail are doing great on this property. What's the index on that property? What about another property that seems to be struggling? So that's a really key thing. We'd love to bring some details to the committee about that. The other part of it that some of our staff are engaged in is sort of a step from there, what we're calling Project GAME. And, I mean, you do a new project, you got to come up with a fun acronym, right? So Project GAME is Game Bird and Mammal Evaluation. So really looking at using that predator index, that protocol from the first step, but really looking more at some of the other factors that might be coming into play. You know, what's the influence of, you know, if you're putting out feed and bait for deer or bear, you know, what's the impact on the number of raccoons on the property and how does that translate into impacts on game birds or rabbits or those other small game kind of issues? And then ultimately that bottom point there is really where we want to go with our staff being better positioned to talk with landowners and do better job at small game management across the state. And then if we're talking about habitat, we're talking about predation management, it's not a big step at all over to talking about trapping and trappers and really thinking about, okay, we've got hundreds and thousands of landowners across the state. Lots and lots and lots of private land, but we only have somewhere around, I think our number's somewhere around 5,000 trappers, maybe licensed or fewer, maybe half of that many. So there's 4,000. So there's not very many trappers out there. So is that a place that these landowners have potential to draw for help? You know, what motivates trappers? Why are they doing what they're doing? Are they looking for new properties to trap? What's motivating them to go out? Is there a need for a financial incentive there? Are they really excited about doing small game management as a part of trapping? And then finally, as we step from some of those questions as well, you know, looking as we talk to those trappers and investigate that more deeply, are there regulatory barriers to letting that stuff happen? You know, are there season differences? Are there licensing differences? Or is there a need for more BMP, best management practices that we can educate new trappers on? So staff has always been engaged in that area. We've ramped things up lately with some of the conversations that we've been having about predation management. But I mean, that's kind of big picture, 3 areas that our folks are working as far as habitat, predation, and trapping. I'll pause there. That's basically all I've got as far as presentation. Kind of look back at Brad if I missed saying anything, and Mr. Ruffin, if you want to jump in on it. Yes, sir.
Second thing is trapping armadillos.
Yes, sir. It's a legal animal to trap.
I know that. I didn't know if they were traveling.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's harder than coyotes because there's really no lure or bait that attracts an armadillo. So it's really just putting a box trap where you think they're traveling. You know, along the edge of a house or what have you. It's mainly more effective if you've got an armadillo issue to resolve that through shooting versus trapping. But they are trappable. It's just hard here.
Not much demand for the pelts, though.
Well, they make nice bowls, don't they?
That's
right. Helmets. Anything else from the group? Thank you.
Brad, is there any discussion we want to have on this going forward, or we have a bit on everything?
You know, we've talked collectively and the staff has talked about the ideas that we want to, you know, visit during the small game committee over the course of next year or so. And, you know, I'm kind of excited about those topics. Thoughts or questions from the commission is all I have. Yeah.
What is the planted in the big picture in the middle?
I think it's Partridge Pea, isn't it? I think that's on the place where we went rabbit hunting. It's one of John's. I think that's what that is. I don't know. Maybe is that what that is, Chris? Or yes.
Stuff in that too, probably some native pollinator species in there. There's probably native grasses in there. And I think it's one of those good pictures that wildlife habitat always looks a little bit rough. You know, it doesn't look like real pretty neat roads like a cornfield or wheat field.
I spoke with the guy who was handling Castle, but I think he just retired, didn't he? It was,
Chris Dawes retired. but-
he's retired. Yeah, it was giving me some suggestions.
You can always we got our folks can come out and work with you too. If we got, conservation biologists and district biologists in every district, so you can reach out to them.
Commissioner Wyndham? If I could, Mr. Chairman, just bring something to everybody's attention. Our own Hannah Plunk, who's our upland game biologist, is the new National Wild Turkey Federation Technical Committee Chairman as of our last convention. The tech committee is composed of wild turkey biologists, and wild turkey managers across the United States. The group shares information, data, and conservation challenges, and discuss at length turkey conservation on a statewide and national landscape. And I think everybody ought to give Miss Hannah a hand. So everybody can see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Wyndham. That was very appropriate and I think speaks well to our staff in general here and how blessed we are in North Carolina to have such good people working for us. And if there's any further questions or comments, with that, I will adjourn the meeting.
Y'all get down to regular.
The public record. The recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Now, okay, I'm gonna call on Margot to do a roll call.
Good afternoon. Gonna do a roll call for our land use and property committee members. Committee Chair Tom Berry,
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Brad Standback,
Here.
Committee members Jim Ruffin,
Here.
Ray Clifton, Mike Alford,
Here.
Joe Bud,
Here.
and ex officio members Mark Craig and Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Before I call on Ben to start this meeting, I wanna just make a comment that's kind of off the beaten path here, but very pertinent. And that is the funding sources for land purchases come from a variety of different ways. And as you all know, we've got funding partners, we've got foundations, we've got other sources. We just recently lined up a Bass Pro Shop deal, I'm gonna tell you about in a second. But a part of it, a lot of it is PR money and the endowment money. And I just want you to know that the cost of land and the targets that continue to come are significant. And I think it's important to inform the board that we've got a responsibility to look at these funds and see how we're using them. And I have gone over it with Kyle and Ben, and I'm being assured that their formula each time that they reach in the pile and pull out some PR money or some endowment money to help fund a project, that it's done so with close scrutiny and responsibility. So I want to inform the board that we have gone down that road to look at that. And we have informed them that how important it is. I just went over Kyle's and dollars. I'm not gonna get into the dollars. I'm just telling you, it's a lot of money, a huge amount of money. And we are looking at it with fine tooth comb and how to spend it. Because you don't really know. You look at that funding project and you watch it, you'll see, it'll say $25 million PR money. Well, wow, how much we got left? So we're paying attention. Just want to let you know that. Okay, with all that said, we've got Darren. You're on.
All right. All right, so today I'm going to present to you, to the committee, just our annual rule cycle proposals, concepts for this upcoming rule cycle, the 27-28 rule cycle, and we have 12 proposals today. We'll go through, hopefully nothing too big here for you, but we'll just go ahead and go through those. And as I go through, if you have any comments or questions, I'll pause after each one and give you an opportunity to do that since we have so many. You won't have to kind of keep up with it till the end. So our first one is on Johns River Game Land. This particular game land is a permit only game land up in the mountains. It's one where we have a lot of permit hunts for disabled hunters and for youth hunters and those folks. And so we have a lot of problems with other non-traditional users coming in on that game land and utilizing that game land during the hunting season. And if for those of you who may not have been out and looked at some of our disabled blinds, they're usually right close to the road for the disabled access piece of it. And so we have a lot of non-traditional users coming through those roads, walking, hiking, biking, and it's disrupting the hunting opportunities out there. So this proposal would restrict those other activities on the Johns River game land to only those possessing, basically restricting those other activities and just allowing people that have a valid hunting license to be out there from September 1st to February 28th. Now we would still, there's no hunting on Sunday on that game land, so we'd still probably leave that open for the non-traditional use. But during the hunting season, those hunting days, we would restrict those activities. Okay. All right.
Quick. I know how you're gonna notify the hunting part and the permit part. How are you gonna notify the non-traditional?
Well, I mean, in this case, we'll probably have to put notification out on site, post it, signage of some sort, and put it out in all of our posts and social media and those outlets. But we'll have to.
About local newspapers. Yep. Hey, you probably need to get it in the local newspapers. Guy drives for 2.5 hours on a day and then says, can't do it. We probably need to let them know.
Absolutely. 100% on that. We'll do that. So our next proposal is on Big Swamp Game Land. And this is an actual new game land that has gone through the board and been approved. And so this proposal will establish that Big Swamp tract. And that it's down on the coast, the southern coast. And this new game land is 2,519 acres, so a pretty good sized game land. We're going to make it 3 days per week. And they're proposing to have no dog hunting for deer or bear, primarily because there's one access point into this tract of entry, and this is a very wet tract. So we have roads on it, but they're wet roads. They're roads that will not handle a lot of vehicle traffic, and it has a lot of low water crossings on it. So we didn't feel that was be very conducive to that style of hunting. But it will be open to all other hunting.
I'll add to that it's in an underserved area. We put out this initiative several years ago about targeting those, just having the land in the right area. So that's a plus to this game.
Thank you. All right, our next one is on White Oak River Game Land. And this proposal deals with the waterfowl impoundments, where we have confusion about being able to hunt the early teal season in these impoundments. And essentially this rule change will bring all those different tracks. There's about 3 tracks down there. It'll bring them all into the same language about our waterfowl impoundments that essentially say that you have to have a permit to hunt those waterfowl impoundments, regardless of what season it is. You'd have to have a permit to be able to hunt in those impoundments. So it'll be consistent for everyone, even in the early teal season. Okay. Our next proposal is up in the Nantahala Game Land. So this one can be a little confusing. It's confused people for many years. But with the recent rule change for the deer seasons up in that part of the state around Nantahala Game Lands, it allows, I believe it's 1 doe day on that first day. On Nantahala Game Land, we don't want to allow that doe day. So this will clarify that we don't allow that doe day on that first the first day, I think in November of the gun season. But what it also does is in the current rule, it includes Transylvania County because they're way back when there's this little tract of game lands that is adjacent to the Pisgah. Sorry, it's adjacent to Pisgah game land, to the Pisgah National Forest. But for whatever reason, it was called Nantahala. So there's a lot of confusion in our rules about that and what you did there. So we're changing that. We're taking Transylvania County out of this rule. That little piece of game land is just part of Pisgah now. And so we follow the rules for Pisgah. So we'll have Nantahala in the current counties that it's in: Cherokee, Clay, Jackson, Macon, and Swain. And then it will be no doe day for Nantahala. That little piece would just become part of Pisgah. All right. Our next proposal covers Tillery. So this proposal would essentially establish a quail and woodcock hunting on Tillery by permit only. Part of this is an effort to try and understand what's going on those particular game lands with small game hunting for those species. We have a number of other game lands that are permit only for quail already, and so we know that we're getting a lot of hunting pressure on this particular game land for quail, and so this was an effort to kind of identify those hunters. We'd be able to survey those hunters and see just what kind of pressure we're getting up on that particular game land. Okay. Our next proposal goes back to Pisgah. So this is just more cleanup where, this our last proposed rule cycle, we made some changes to the Lutz tract. Well, this kind of adds to that. It specifically prohibits horseback riding on Roaring Creek and Lutz tracts, the Lutz tract, and then prohibits target shooting on the Roaring Creek tract. And on that Pisgah game land, we have multiple tracts up there. We have Black Bear, Linville River, and Little Table Rock, and those already, along with Roaring Creek and Lutz. Those other 3 already have all these restrictions in place. So this will bring all of the Pisgah Wildlife Commission owned portions of Pisgah into the same rules and requirements of doing this. Okay. Our next proposal jumps all the way down to our Northwest River Marsh Game Land in Currituck County. And this proposal will just prohibit target shooting on that particular game land. This came to us through some public having concerns about the amount of target shooting going on down there and the safety concerns related to that sort of flat country where they're doing a lot of shooting and litter and trash, and enforcement's had some issues down there with this as well. So we're proposing to prohibit target shooting on that particular game land in Currituck County. Okay. Our next proposal, this one is kind of a new thing for us. This proposal is looking at tree stands, trail cameras, all those types of devices that are put out, hunting blinds that are put out on our game lands. There's a lot of that stuff that gets put on our game lands every year. This proposal would require that any of that equipment put on the game lands would need to be identified with either a name and address of the owner or a WRC ID number to identify the owner of these pieces of equipment. So the idea here is that we would mimic what we've done in the trapping rule. So if you put a trap on a person's land or you place a trap, you have to have your name and address or your WRC trapper ID number on it. This is the same concept. So what we're finding is go ahead.
Phone number to that. I mean, I'm just trying to think that's the way most people communicate. I mean, to write them a letter, tell them about whatever else and such,
We'd have to check on that because we're trying not to get into giving out too much personal information. So that's kind of how we've done it in the past, is name and address and then
or email.
WRC number.
Think about the realities of the world.
Sure, certainly. But what we see a lot of times is there's a lot of this equipment put out there, and there's times that we run into this and we maybe have to remove that piece of equipment. We have no idea who it belongs to. Even from an enforcement standpoint, if they need to take action, they don't know who this belongs to. And some of these are left out there for a very long time, or they're very saturated in areas. So this is
Jared, my question would be, and I'm familiar with this business I'm in, somebody leaves something on our property, we go out there and remove it. We don't call them, don't contact them or anything. Why does y'all not just go out there and remove deer stands, remove cameras? You know, they're trespassing, they're living there and get rid of them. Why would we go through this long drawn out expensive process when you just remove it?
Well, I would probably say, Commissioner, that there has been, at least in my division, a hesitancy to do that, right?
I mean, I
Because,
understand that. I mean,
yeah.
but why is it a hesitancy? It's abandoned equipment and it's not.
Well, we don't always know that.
Huh?
We don't always know that it's abandoned.
If it's not an unfeeling, it's abandoned, been left there.
Well, one of the things with this, you bring up a good point, because one of the things with this proposal was considering whether we put a time frame on when stands and these kinds of items should be put in the woods. You know, like right before the hunting season versus has to be out by so many days afterwards. We didn't go there because, you know, there's some debate about what kind of legality does that put us in, but that's a question that can be asked.
Left it on state owned property without permission. It's been abandoned. Cities and counties, I'm telling you, do that all the time. They find stuff not to be there, it's immediately removed. There are no questions asked.
Darren, I think there's enough, I read the same thing into it, and I don't know what the word means, situational, maybe limited or situation. I think this thing needs to be looked at. Now, where is this in the process? I agree with Monty that it needs to be looked at.
So what I'm hearing you guys say is that not necessarily go forward with a rule proposal along this lines, but take a different stance as far as how we address these in the field.
How we address it, if it's non-hunting season and deer stand up there, even a camera. Take it and then be put it lost and found somewhere and somebody will claim it, will give it to them, but if you're there, you should get it.
So I'm gonna play devil's advocate, because I agree with you and Monty 100%. What they gonna say is, you know, I have to take my stand in there, and take it out. What it should be, you use your stand when you're there. You haul it in, use it, take it out. It shouldn't even be there 24 hours. They're gonna say, well, I can't do that and all this full of happy horse stuff. But basically, if it's left there and it's on our property, it should come down. You shouldn't be able to go out, stake out the best damn ridge, put a stand up there.
You're substantiating the concern that it's about to be studied.
Absolutely.
I don't know when you make a motion to tell you to do it, but
I'm not on the committee.
I'm not so sure, I get that, but I'm not so sure that, you shouldn't have a public hearing on this thing and then run a game plan or something. This is big business. You start serving somebody's stand, and outside the season, I get it, but we don't have time to discuss that.
Right.
Let's pull it and move on.
Well, and I just had a conversation with our attorney, got some constructive things that we didn't tidy up and write this better to cover some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good idea to go back and do that.
I agree.
All right, so we can definitely, based on those opinions, we can just pause on this one and bring it back and we'll pick it up in another conversation. All right.
Climbing stands.
Huh?
Climbing stands.
They do, and they leave them in there.
Yeah. They leave them in there.
God.
All right.
Law enforcement.
Yeah, the next one we have, so this is kind of not quite along the same lines, but this, we already have a rule in place that talks about leaving nails and screws and wood and things into trees, putting up deer stands. This rule expand, this proposal will expand on that and add to that, not just for deer stands, but also for essentially marking trails or marking locations. What we're seeing is people are putting up paint. They're also permanently attaching signs. We had somebody do that on one of our game lands, basically put up these sign numbers, put a bucket lid nailed to the tree with a number. Was trying to offer up hunts on our property. So this would address those kind of things. Any sort of permanently attached signage or marking would not be allowed in this, but we would still keep the same rules we had related to deer stands, where you allow screw-in steps and you allow those type of temporary items. Okay. All right, our next proposal deals with, this one's coming from enforcement. This one's more of an enforcement issue. It deals with what we call New Light Beach, which is on Butner Falls Game Land, and I have a picture here for you. So this is here locally in the area. These two little tracks here are essentially the party capital of Raleigh on the game lands. And so we have a lot of non-traditional recreation use, parties and drugs and various different other non-traditional activities on these pieces of property. That's really causing a problem. They've been there it's been occurring for 20 plus years. So this rule will essentially restrict the activities on those two parcels right there that we've, or those two tracks that we've identified there, to just hunting, fishing, trapping. So you can't do any of those other activities. Okay. Our next proposal is a sort of a cleanup in our rules from enforcement. Basically, the rule right now for a lot of our game lands, 16 instances, says bear shall not be harvested on Sunday. And they're asking us to change that to bear may not be taken on Sundays, which the legal definition of taken is much more broad, allowing them to, deal with things in the field better by using that terminology.
Okay.
And I think our last one here is also from enforcement. And this essentially goes into not being impaired while you hunt. We reference the statute. We currently reference 20-401 48B, and we're switching it to 14A because it's a better definition to use of impaired.
Okay.
So just to be clear, since y'all don't have those in front of you, my understanding is the switch goes from reasonably impaired, which is what's existing, to appreciably impaired to having any in your system. So that would go from potentially a 0.08 to a 0.0. So
yeah,
you can't drink a beer at lunch and go back on the game.
The current, Kyle, I can add that for you, Kyle. So 48B says under the influence of an impairing substance, the state of a person having his physical or mental faculties are both appreciably impaired by impairing substance, where the new one says alcohol controlled substance under this general statute and other drug and psychoactive substance capable of impairing a person's physical or mental facilities and or any combination of these. So one's the appreciably impaired and the other is that you have them in your system. Oh, it's right there. This is on the slide for you. So it gets more specific.
I don't know how to comment on that.
What is our enforcement?
Commissioner, prior to us, we redone this a couple of years ago. And before it was rewritten, it really mirrored what we're trying to get it back to now, prior to.
So we're going back to the way it was. You good with that?
Okay, how about that? Let's go.
All right, that's all I have for you, Commissioner. Turn it over to Bean.
Okay, we're gonna get Ben up here, see what he can do with it. How you doing, Ben?
Good. How are you?
Okay, thank you very much. Ben, I- don't, we had a meeting, a couple days ago about all these tracks, so we have gone over them and looked at them. And, the whole idea is to have new eyes, look at these things and think through what's going. We're gonna shuffle through them pretty quick. But, if you see somebody catch your attention, we'll talk about it, slow it down. So, Ben, you're on.
Thank you, sir. We have 8 phase 2 properties to look at, 8 phase 1 properties, 2 phase 2, and 1 other property matter to review today. We'll start off in the mountains and work our way east with phase 1s. The first property is the Billy Cove Tracks. This is 280 acres in Buncombe County. It will be in addition to Pisgah Game Land and will be a partnership with the Conservation Fund. The tax value of the property is $563,000, and the approximate asking price based on the list price is $3.29 million. The biological overview of the tracts, properties have great access and will actually expand existing access to the U.S. Forest Service owned game land. The tract is primarily wooded with mountain hardwood forest types. There are some open areas around old existing home places and apple orchards. Conservation of these tracts is important for headwaters protection of hellbenders and the South Hominy Creek drainage. Staff felt as though this was a high priority acquisition. Again, this one is a partnership project with the Conservation Fund. Be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of money. And, where are we gonna get it?
So this is a likely Land and Water Fund application. TCF Conservation Fund has taken lead on fundraising, so there may be some private fundraising efforts that go into this one. And we'll see the success of those efforts and determine what gaps we may need to fill with some Pittman Robertson money. But
So just so everybody understands what that means. That means that we've given him the authority to go find it. And he's gonna hopefully find it where it doesn't get into more than 30% of our funds as within historical track record we discussed the other day. But even then, I use this terminology, you know, I mean, how many deer per acre you're buying here and how many more deer you could buy with something with 1,000 acres. So, and I think you know what I mean by deer per acre. It could be butterfly, whatever your description figure. But, so that's what we're doing.
yes, sir. And one other noteworthy thing with this property, any conservation opportunity of this size in Buncombe County is starting to be a rare opportunity. So that was another thing that staff stressed, was that filling in this gap for this in-holding within Pisgah is probably a once in a lifetime shot before we see it developed.
Does anybody want to comment on that? We're getting ready to let it go. Okay, we're all in favor. Let's roll.
All right, we'll shift over to McDowell County. This is the Rose Creek CT&C tracks. This is 2 different properties that you can see outlined in red in the overview map, totaling 235 acres. This would be in addition to WRC owned Pisgah Game Land, and this is a partnership project with the Conservation Trust for North Carolina. The tax value of the property is just under $640,000, and the approximate asking price is $325,000. Both these properties are currently owned by CT&C, and they do hope to offer a bargain sale opportunity to the commission here. The biological overview, both tracks do have deeded access from the Blue Ridge Parkway, and there will be sufficient public as well as administrative access. This was something we discussed a little bit earlier this week. The northernmost tract does have deeded access off the Blue Ridge Parkway, which you may be able to see annotated on the map. The southernmost tract is accessed through a dirt road and a right of way that allows us to access that southern tract through a dirt road. But that southernmost tract does not have a direct conduit to the Blue Ridge Parkway. That dirt road is actually planned to be a new section of the Over Mountain Victory Trail, which is a state trail here in North Carolina. And staff wanted me to note that public access to these properties, we would bring them onto that northernmost track. We would have a parking area there established. Public access to that southernmost track will be walking access only through that Over Mountain Victory Trail. So there's some additional detail to better describe the access situation here. Yes, sir. Both tracks are primarily hardwood forest. Acquisition will help protect additional acreage on the Catawba River watershed. And as I mentioned, the section of the Over Mountain Victory Trail is sited across these parcels and will connect to the existing section of trail that is currently on that northern Rose Creek tract of Pisgah. Happy to answer any questions on this one.
Yeah, good question. Landon, access, walking access, is that legal access? Yes. So you don't have to have 15-foot wide, where you could build a road to get to a land to close it and put it in your name. It can be a 9 feet wide walking trail.
I think it depends. I like to see the width on this one, but I mean, if it's got access along the Blue Ridge Parkway, I would assume you have access.
And I'll specify that the right of way that extends.
But if you find something that we can't get legal title to, then we all know it.
So the right of way that extends from the northernmost track to the southern track, it is a vehicular access right of way. But just to note that that is the planned section or extension of the Over Mountain Victory Trail. Therefore, staff or public access will be by foot only, but we'll still have the ability to put vehicles and ATVs, any equipment on that right of way.
So it is legal access.
Correct.
Been approved by the property office. Property office.
There is a right of way indeed, correct. That'll be confirmed during the title process.
Okay, take your word for it. Anybody have any more questions on it? Okay.
All right, we'll switch over, still in McDowell County, but we'll switch to the Lail Tract. This is a 75-acre acquisition in McDowell County. It will be another addition to Pisgah Game Land. This is a partnership project with Foothills Conservancy. Tax value is just under $70,000, and we don't currently have an asking price. The property is not on the market, but we have communicated with the landowner that our limitation is to pay appraised value. There is a direct administrative access to this tract, and the public will be able to access through existing game land as well as by water on the North Fork Catawba. The tract primarily consists of closed canopy hardwood with about 6.5 acres of semi-open bottomland habitat. The tract has a half-mile of frontage on the North Fork Catawba and will serve to protect priority species Carolina foothills crayfish, grandfather mountain crayfish, and it will also just solidify additional ownership on the North Fork Catawba, which will provide additional angling and hunting opportunities. Staff also noted this is a very popular destination for smallmouth bass, fishing, and other warm water species. Any questions on the Lail Tract?
This is what we call a no-brainer. I don't think anybody's got something they see that we need to talk about. Reuben Tract.
Yes, sir. So the Reuben 2 tract, we had a Reuben 1. You may remember from a couple years back that we've already completed at Pond Mountain Game Land. This is the same landowner, so we have a repeat customer here. It is a 35-acre property in Ashe County, Pond Mountain Game Land. Approximate tax value is $164,000. And we currently do not have an asking price, but the landowner is well aware of our limitations and our process. The tract does have a deeded right of way from Winland Ridge Road and will provide suitable public as well as administrative access. There's also 0.19 miles of frontage on Big Horse Creek headwaters. And brook trout have been documented on this tract. Forest type, primarily Appalachian hardwoods and closed canopy hardwood forest. And the tract will provide some connectivity and buffer to existing WRC game land that's currently being managed for SGCN and biodiversity. And any questions on the Reuben 2 tract?
You know where the residency is on there? It's close enough. You know, it's on the track.
I don't believe there's a home in the middle of this one.
Brad, you educated the committee on some sort of, soils and, I forget what it was, but, I was intrigued by that. What did you say?
Just the amphibolite mountains in this area are more calcium in the underlying rock that creates a higher pH, and a lot of species are adapted to those conditions. Don't exist in other areas of the mountains. Nature Conservancy's Bluff Mountain Preserve is one example they recognized early on. Done a lot of acquisitions up here. It's northern mountain game lands.
Does amphibulite have any value? Other than just holding the world together?
No, it's a form of gneiss, which is the dominant rock in the mountains. But it just has a higher calcium content than normal gneiss.
So maybe the people mine it?
No.
Okay.
Nice with the G.
All right.
ENEIS.
So what else we need to know about Reuben two? Very good.
Yes, sir. I think so. No other questions.
All right. Horseshoe Road.
So we'll shift over to the southern Piedmont. This is a 345 acre acquisition in Richmond County. It would be in addition to the Petey River Game Land, and it is just south of our existing Diggs tract. The tax value of the property is $122,000, and we currently do not have an asking price. This is a bit of an odd one. The property is on the open market. However, they do not have a list price. So they notified the public that it's available. However, they did not want to assign a value to the property. So we confirmed with them our limitations that we can only pay appraised value. There's 1 mile of road frontage on Horseshoe Road, so the property does have good access. We'll also touch the southern portion of the existing Diggs tract. The majority of the property was clear cut. The riparian buffers remain intact, and the property is currently in natural succession. It has not been replanted or treated in any way since that clear cut. This section of the Petey River is significant aquatic habitat, ranked as exceptional, and conservation of the tract will benefit some rare species that are known from this stretch of the Petey River, including the Carolina red horse, eastern creek shell, eastern lamp mussel, and about 4 or 5 other species listed on the slide. Happy to answer any questions on Horseshoe Road. One thing I will mention, that large timber tract to the north, you can see that we would create kind of an end holding or a gap there. Staff are well aware of that property. That is a high priority acquisition for us. Currently owned by a timber company that has almost clear cut the entirety of the tract. We suspect that one may come available soon. We're keeping a close eye on that.
Turkey or chicken houses right there?
I couldn't tell you with 100% confidence.
You worried about any of that waste in terms of it running into our track with any issues there?
I don't anticipate any issues there. None of that was noted by staff in the phase 1 workup either.
Which timber company owns the upper track?
I believe it's Wolf Timber Company, or maybe Lone Wolf Timber Company. I believe they have connections and work oftentimes with Edwards Timber Company from what staff are saying today. So. Any other questions on the Horseshoe Road tract?
Like a hell of a deal. So, but any options for outside funding besides PR endowment?
Yes, sir. We will have a land and water fund application submitted this cycle. Crystal and our management biologist in the Southern Piedmont have been working with Land and Water Fund to get kind of a guesstimate as to the scoring potential of the project, and it does have very high scoring potential. We anticipate it'll be a successful Land and Water Fund application. We would likely apply for that to cover about 50% of the acquisition cost.
It's gonna be interesting what the appraised value is and what the asking price. That value's been on a long time.
Yes, it has. Yep.
Anyway, but with these endangered species or rare species, you think there might be some funding available, even though it's not a tremendous focus. You will.
We'll jump over to Bladen County. This is the Elwell Ferry Tract. This is a 48-acre property. It would be in addition to Whitehall Plantation Game Land. Tax value seems very off on this one, but it is 14,000, and the approximate asking price is not known, but landowner is willing to wait on an appraisal. Access to this tract is very good. It has almost half of a mile of road frontage along Elwell Ferry Road. The internal access network that would be used by hunters and staff with our management operations is good. Property has about 19 acres of depressional swamp forest wetland. It has 950 feet of frontage on the Cape Fear River, and it has about 28 acres of mature upland pine habitat that contains some remnant old longleaf pine. There is a 1 acre portion of a much larger field that is also captured in the northern boundary of this property. Staff did note there are great opportunities here to restore and greatly improve the upland pine habitat with fire and thinnings through timber harvest. Any questions on the Elwell Ferry Tract? And I'll note too, just in case you can't see on this map, the Elwell Ferry Tract is in red, the adjacent tract is in blue. That blue tract is the Russ Tract that we recently took to phase 1 in the fall of 2025. We're pursuing these kind of as a package deal. It's 2 different landowners, but they're family.
The probability of those 2 happening, you feel pretty good about?
Yes, sir. Yeah, these will both be one land and water fund application this cycle. We feel that this is one with some outside funding potential.
So we bought the Rush Tribe.
It is in process, so it's almost at the same stage.
So his buddy heard he was getting somebody to buy it, so he decided to jump on the game.
Correct. Yes, sir. There.
Okay. Think we can get it for tax rate?
I wish.
Okay, let's move.
Okay, we'll shift over to Pender County. This is the Squires Tracts. These are in addition to the Cape Fear River Wetland Game Land, and they total 820 acres. This is a partnership project with the Nature Conservancy. We did not pin down a tax value for this one, but the approximate asking price is $5 million. Access to this tract is excellent. It has 830 foot of frontage on Long Bluff Road. It has 1.3 miles of frontage on Heading Bluff Road, and it has a total of 4 different access points. It can also be accessed through the 1.4 miles of frontage on the Black River. There are an estimated 10 miles of internal access roads and trails that run throughout the property, providing great access to the majority of the property. There are 560 acres of managed pine land. So a good percentage of this property is upland and currently managed. I think also I skipped out most of that 560 acres is longleaf pine. The remaining acres are depressional swamp forest habitat, and there's a 21 acre pond on the property as well. There are approximately 38 acres of the property that lie within a natural area that's ranked as exceptional by the NC Natural Heritage Program. And it has 1.4 miles of frontage along the Black River, which is ranked as outstanding resource water. So when we were talking about this one earlier this week, and as we've talked internally with our field staff at the coast, we have been describing this one as a slam dunk opportunity. It's an awesome opportunity to add 820 acres to existing game land, a lot of riparian protection, good portion of managed upland habitat. We're really excited about this one. This will be a land and water fund application this cycle, and all of the pre-scoring, I believe it is ranked highly, so we anticipate this to be a competitive project.
So what about timber evaluation? That goes into the acquisition process. We find out what's there, got to make those decisions, et cetera. But I look at something, the first thing I look at is $5 million. And what's anybody gonna do with that except timber it? And duck hunt on it, et cetera, et cetera. Turkey hunt, oh yeah, let's buy it.
Let's do that. It's a gorgeous piece of property.
I know it is. I know
You
it
come
is.
off of Highland 7, you drop down, go down, that pond, got bullfrogs in it, that'll. I've been bullfrog that for 25 years, so it's a hell of a piece of property.
Looks like based on that, we're gonna buy it.
Thank you.
No, who is the Nature Conservancy handling that? Is that Will?
So Justin Boner and Tim Livingston that are here today. They come to most meetings as guests, but we often have some work on the agenda with them. So glad to have them here and
Yeah.
glad to have them as partners on this project.
So, I think we're gonna approve it, but let's just stare at it for one more second, because we're getting ready to spend a lot of money.
Yeah, we ain't got phase two, Tom.
Yeah. Do what?
We ain't got phase two yet.
Well, once you put it in this thing, if they find the money, it's closed on phase two. This is the decision-making process right now. These guys will find the money. It depends on how much of it is ours. Anyway, I think it's what we gotta do, but I think we need to look at things like this and think about it. So does anybody have any objections to moving it forward? Okay.
We'll jump up to Hyde County. This is a 240 acre acquisition that would be in addition to Gold Rock Game Land. This is another one of those that has two separate parcels. You can see outlined in red on the map. The tax value of these properties is approximately 300,000. And landowner, another repeat customer, we're working with Mr. Temple in the mountains in Ashe County. These are some properties that he wanted us to take a look at. So have a good willing landowner to work with here. Both properties have great access to the state road. Paths and impoundment dikes will provide good foot travel paths for hunters and others that are utilizing the property. Both properties do contain waterfowl impoundments. There are 5 total waterfowl impoundments in these two properties, totaling 62 acres of waterfowl impoundment. The remainder of the property consists of naturally regenerated pines, mature bottomland hardwood and cypress swamp, mature loblolly pine, as well as a 12-acre strip of tidal marsh. The property, the upland portions have been intensively managed by Mr. Temple and his family. That is something we would hope to maintain. The waterfowl impoundments were in good condition when staff went out for the site visit. The tract offers shallow water wetland habitats in the impoundments, as well as some good limited turkey and deer hunting opportunities. And I think the reason staff described that as limited is just due to the size of both of these properties. We'd be happy to take any questions on this one. This is another Land and Water Fund application this cycle. So we will pursue some outside funding for this acquisition.
Do you mind going back one slide?
Yes, sir. And while we're sitting here, the properties that are just south, these two tracts that you see in green that are in game land, that was the recent Spencer Bay acquisition with Coastal Land Trust. And the larger peninsula there has a 205 acre impoundment that we provided waterfowl hunt opportunities this hunting season. It's the Willow Point impoundment. Had good hunter success out there and an overall good reviews from folks that used it. So just to mention, we're adding on to some existing conservation work in that area. Any questions?
There's some good duck hunting.
Chairman Barry, with your permission, I think if we could have a motion and a vote to move all of those phase ones forward, then we'll get to work on finding some funds.
Motion to move forward.
That's the way that
I'll second.
I've got a second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right.
Opposed?
Good job, security.
But for the property in January. We're just giving them a whole pile, see what they can do in February. Okay.
So we can shift gears to our phase twos. We have two of those to look at today, both in the mountains. We'll start off in Transylvania County. This one went to phase one not too long ago, so it may be fresh on your memory. It's the Stone Morris Tract. It is 800 acres in Transylvania County. It will be in addition to Pisgah Game Land. Access to the property is through Sutton Creek Road. Infrastructure on the tract does include 2 modern houses, an older cabin, a barn, a shop, 2 gazebos. And there's also an extensive hiking trail network, logging roads, and a pond on the property. The tract entails the upper drainage of Sutton Creek. And the tract also supports exceptional aquatic resources, including wild brook trout and eastern hillbender. And the tract will conserve 6.7 miles of stream buffer. The property appraised for $10,310,000. We propose to purchase the tract using a Open Space Institute Land and Water Fund grant, which was funded at $4 million this last cycle, paired with endowment funding at $2.5 million for a total acquisition cost of $6.5 million. So you'll note there's quite a bit of gap between our purchase price and the appraisal. That's been afforded through some of the private fundraising efforts that Open Space Institute has completed on this property. So we're very, very fortunate and grateful to have that bargain sale opportunity. The stewardship estimate is $21,000, and that would be for typical enrollment cost like boundary establishment, gates, access road maintenance, parking area establishment, and kiosk. No total revenue estimated within the 5-year window. And this is one that serves multiple purposes for the agency, and we would like to recommend phase 2 approval. Any questions?
All the work's been done. All we gotta say is go. Congratulations, big deal. We're gonna put up $2.5 million and out of our endowment. But anyway, we certainly got the money and process is working. So good job. Do we take a vote on these individually? We just put the two together.
That's up to you. We can present them both, and if there's
Such a big deal, let's just take a vote on it. Motion for approval purchase of that. Okay, you get a second? We got any discussion going on? Anybody else want the discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay. All right.
all right, we'll jump over to Exhibit D2, which is our final phase 2 today. This is a bit of an odd acquisition for us. It's the Rose Creek water line. You can see it shown in red just above those 2 blue CT&C tracks that we just looked at for phase 1. The property is a 0.8 mile road bed. When CT&C originally conveyed the Rose Creek tract to WRC, they retained a 20-foot wide strip of land for the purposes of retaining the water line that serves the adjacent community. The Altapass Water System Association is the entity that holds rights to that water line and is responsible for maintenance of that line. Owning the strip of land will improve staff's ability to manage the property. Currently, when we do any habitat management activity on the property, that this 0.8 mile road bed that we do not own presents a bit of a hurdle and a challenge for staff. Owning the road bed will allow us to own the entirety of the tract. It's a bit odd that we carved it out to begin with, to be honest with you. So this is kind of cleaning up a past carve out situation. This is coming to us as a donation from CT&C. And since it's absorbed by surrounding game land, we really do not have any stewardship expenses to report. Staff would like to recommend phase 2 approval of this donation.
All in favor? You should take these all at one at a time as a vote.
Well, since we voted on D1, I think we could go ahead and vote on D2, and then we can shift gears to the one easement.
All in favor So some of it.
Second.
Any, discussion, all in favor? Aye. Margaret, that's it. Thank you, Margaret. Easement request.
We have one easement today. It's at Juniper Creek Game Land in our southern coast work area. This is a ingress and egress request from a private landowner. Again, Juniper Creek Game Land, Brunswick County. It would be an access only right of way. The easement length is about 9 feet. The easement width is about 30 feet. I'm guessing that y'all are having a hard time even seeing where the easement is at. It's so small. But it's in the corner, top corner of the property here. It just barely clips that corner of Game Land. The fella's name is Nick Faruqi. But he owns he is with a company that has purchased the property.
Adjacent,
Correct. The one that's outlined in light green is the property that they just purchased. And this existing access road has clipped through that corner of Game Land for a very long time. When Nick originally reached out, he reached out to the state property office. The state property office decided to consult the Attorney General's office on this. Their recommendation was to grant this private landowner an express easement, which would memorialize and acknowledge that landowner's historical right to use this right of way for access only.
Didn't we talk about perhaps restricting the development based on giving them this easement to a single dwelling?
That would be an option.
And which I would recommend and be in favor of. I'm not so sure. I'm kind of in Landon's camp. I don't think we should give easements away, but if we get a condition like that where we no longer have to worry about that being developed as a result of giving them an easement that they're probably going to get in court anyway, I would be in favor of that.
That was what restricted to
one dwelling.
One dwelling.
Because I think they already have that now. And that's all they're trying to do is just memorialize it so they can have access because they.
Currently, there's no dwelling on the property.
that's not the same piece of property. I know the one you're talking about.
That's not this one?
There's nothing on that.
Okay, well, regardless, I would still
I would
restrict it.
totally agree.
In the landowner's purpose.
Restrict one development.
Anything you totally agree with, I don't know exactly what it is. Be sure.
That, and let's see, I would be against the easement as it stands right now, totally against. If it's for and it's a dedicated ingress and egress to that one house. What I don't want to do in Brunswick or Bladen or Columbus County is see another set of condos and complexes going up adjacent to any of our property. One house is one thing. That's what I agree on.
Is it a one single family house?
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about one building or whatever it could be.
One single family dwelling. That's what I was talking about. What you want?
I think that's more specific.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So a motion, we've got a motion.
That's a motion.
Second. Second for another committee. Anybody second? Say discussion. All right, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one thing I'll note, I will be absent tomorrow, so Darren Barnes will be presenting exhibits D1 and D2, those two phase twos that we approved today in committee, as well as this other property matter. But thank y'all for your support.
Right quick, the Spencer Bay tract, you mentioned earlier that we took and that's successful. That's basically accessible only by water, right? Is there an internal road to support that? There is?
Yeah. To the Impoundment Peninsula, there is an internal road.
Okay.
Get down to that.
Wrong track.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay, do we have any other business to anybody else right now? Yeah. That's not, that's the case, then, land committee meeting is closing down.
Make a motion. Anyway, we're done. We'll take a 5-minute break and come back at 2:30 for the whole. Yes, sir. All right, being more important, sharing, North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, BCNA, for a spouse, we'll miss them this month. They'll be back, it's rarely, the schedule programming in April. I want to first mention this meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. I'd like to now call on Margo Minkler for a roll call.
I'm gonna do a roll call for committee of the whole. Committee Chair Mark Craig. Committee Vice Chair Landon Zimmer.
Here.
David Hoyle. John Foley.
Here.
Wes Seegers. Tommy Fonkel.
Here.
Tom Barry.
Here.
Brad Stanback.
Here.
Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Ray Clifton.
Here.
Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Bonnie Crump.
Here.
John Stone. Dave Rogers. John Alexander. Tom Hayslip. J.C. Cole.
Here.
Mike Alford.
Here.
Joe Bud.
Here.
Reed Smith.
Here.
Justin Boyd.
Here.
Mr. Vice Chairman, you have a floor.
Thank you, Ms. Figler. I'd like to now call on Brad Howard for the 2027-2028 wildlife management rule proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a couple rule proposals that fit in various different committees and categories, so we decided to discuss them here. A couple of these are some clarifications. The first one deals with wildlife collectors and collecting reptile and amphibian species. The current rule reads, a person cannot possess more than 4 individuals of native reptile species or 24 individuals of any combination of amphibian species per person. And this is, I might add, without a collection permit, they can collect these. The rule has been interpreted and enforced as a total, that it means a total of 4 reptiles. So this is fundamentally a technical correction. This doesn't prevent an individual from holding more than 4 native reptiles. It just simply requires a captivity license to hold more than 4. What this will clarify that they can possess no more than 4 individuals of any combination of reptile species, which is how it's been enforced. Questions about that one? The second rule proposal deals with falconry and falconers, and this is regarding the taking of raptors. The falconers requested, and we reviewed the federal rules, and within staff, they requested to change the dates that they could take nestling raptors from. Currently, it's May 1st to June 30th, and they wanted to change those dates to January 1st to July 31st. That is well within the federal frameworks for falconry. That change would allow for species that are currently inaccessible during the current dates, specifically great horned owls and Cooper's hawks, to be taken from the nest. The number of additional birds taken would be negligible, and it does, as I said, meet all the federal requirements.
Great horned owls, really?
Apparently, there's few falconers that are starting to hunt with great horned owls, but they don't have any success with them unless they take them as fledglings. So that's why they shift the dates, and that's well within the federal frameworks. There's no prohibition against it, but yeah, there's a few getting interested in hunting with great horns, and I have that question too, Commissioner Wyndham, and I'm not sure when they hunt them, if they hunt them at dawn and dusk or at night, but that's a question I'll ask the falconers next time I talk to them. No, well, they can if they don't shine a light. I'm going to turn the next one over to Dr. Evans. This deals with scientific collections and endangered species.
Thank you. So this rule came about from some instances that we've had of researchers who were holding collections of listed species, many of them North Carolina endemics, that then transferred them to other researchers, some of whom were out of state and not permitted to hold them without our knowledge. So this rule would just clarify that you need permits to hold and transfer both species and species parts for listed animals. Any questions? Yeah.
Would this just potentially chill anyone turning in like endangered or anything up to authorities or anything, or
Would it, I'm sorry, I'm going deaf. Would it chill them?
would chill the like activities of them bringing this to authorities or anything?
I don't think so. It's mostly just so that we are keeping track of who is holding these collections. It, one, helps us put undue pressure on populations that are already imperiled from over collecting. And two, helps us to know how to complete the research that we need to complete in order to ensure our management and conservation objectives are being met.
I think that's it for us, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. We'll now call on Betsy Haywood for water safety rulemaking and adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This afternoon, for the Water Safety Rules final adoption, I'd like to present the first five first for separate consideration for a motion and a vote to proceed. First, we have 15A NCAC 10F.0301, general provisions. This rule revision is to resolve some ambiguities in the rule and to clarify definitions for the designation of agencies who are responsible and also responsibility for placement of markers. There was one public hearing held on December 9th, 2025 with no attendees, and only one comment was received during the public comment period. Next, we have 10F.0303 Beaufort County. This is Exhibit G2, and there's several in Beaufort County for consideration of adoption provisions. The first is to reduce the size of the no-wake zone at Broad Creek in the city of Washington. Next, we have to remove the no-wake zone at Catalina Creek in Bellhaven. Remove the portion of Tranters Creek no-wake zone. Remove Little Creek, which is in Chocowinity off of Blunts Creek. And finally, to incorporate the boating access areas in Beaufort County and to designate responsibility for placement of regulatory markers. And there was one public hearing held for this rule too on December 9th with no attendees, and one comment was received during the open comment period. Next, we have 10F.0310. This is Dare County, Exhibit H2. And this is simply to incorporate the Stumpy Point boating access area into the NCAC and to designate responsibility for placement of regulatory markers to the various agencies. One public hearing was held on December 9th with no attendees, and one comment was received during the open comment period on this rule too. I'm beginning to think that one person commented on all of these. Next, we have Rowan County, 10F.0329, Exhibit I2. This is to remove the no-wake zone on High Rock Lake on Second Creek in the city of Salisbury, to incorporate the boating access areas into the North Carolina Administrative Code, and to designate responsibility for placement of regulatory markers to the various agencies. And one public hearing was held on December 9th with no attendees. One comment was received. Next, we have 10F.0354. This is Pitt County, Exhibit J2. This too, it refers to Tranters Creek on the Pitt County side, and it is to remove that small no-wake zone on Tranters Creek from the North Carolina Administrative Code as not being necessary. And also to incorporate the boating access areas and designate responsibility for placement of markers to the various agencies. One public hearing was held with no attendees on December 9th, and one comment was received during the public comment period. And I would suggest that we entertain a motion and a vote to bring this to the whole board tomorrow.
Your motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
That's it. I don't remember coming to one of your meetings before we meet. I had all moved with no wake zones. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just curious, was this prompted by a request from local jurisdictions or recommendation from my staff?
This was not part of the request by management. We had the request to shorten the size of Broad Creek. And as we always do, we look at the entire rule at that time. And some of these had been on the books for literally decades and had never been marked. Catalina Creek is an example. And so we thought we'll remove them to the code, and then if somebody wants to come forward later, of course, we would entertain it. Just sort of cleaning up the rules.
Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next for your consideration is 10F.0314. This is a temporary rule proposal for New Hanover County. We did enact an emergency rule earlier last year, and this was to create a temporary no-wake zone in the waters of the Cape Fear River in Wilmington, 160 yards southwest of the Cape Fear Memorial Bridge on Business US Highway 17. And this would be to protect the safety of the drill operators who are working on a DOT project for the bridge, Memorial Bridge replacement. And as I said, an identical emergency rule was adopted in December, went into effect on December 29th, and it will expire on March 11th. But NCDOT has confirmed that their drilling operations will conclude prior to the expiration of the emergency rule, and thus the temporary rule is not recommended by agency staff for adoption. We did have one public hearing on January 27th. There were no attendees, no comments were received during the public comment period. And I would suggest a motion and a vote.
Motion, do I hear a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you. And finally, we have in Exhibit L2, 10F.0368, the town of Nags Head. This was a request to recommend the repeal of a rule, the only rule for the town of Nags Head specifically. And this is for a no-wake zone that was asked for, I think, around 2002 to be placed within 200 yards of the shoreline at Old Nags Head Cove subdivision. And this has not been marked, and staff reviewed it and said that we don't believe that it is necessary. So we're going to recommend repeal of that rule.
Motion for that.
So that's to do away with it, is that correct? It's not a no wake zone now, and we're denying that, right?
Well, it's been a no-wake zone since 2002, but it's never been marked. Now, there are some canals that go off of this area up into the subdivision. Staff says that they do need to stay as no-wake zone. But this particular one does not need to. I mean, there's just no activity along that part of the water.
Motion by Mr. Twitchell, second by Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Crum, Mr. Monroe. All those in favor?
Thank you all so much.
Now we'll call on Corey Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. The first part will be temporary rulemaking adoption that you will see in exhibits tomorrow, but we'll go over them today. The first is to basically add some additional locations to the mandatory harvest reporting requirements. Once we got more into the rule, we realized there were some places that needed to be cleaned up. We did hold a public hearing on this January 22nd. There were no attendees and we did not receive public comment or any questions about it. This is just cleaning up some language in the mandatory harvest reporting requirements that's along the coast. Any questions? Okay. The next would be to establish a temporary rule. You saw a permanent rule earlier in Fish Committee today, if you were in Fish Committee, but this is the temporary rule ahead of that to establish a striped bass harvest season from April 1st to 30th in the Tar Pamlico and its tributaries upstream of a line between Gun Point and Fort Point, and then also in the Neuse River and its tributaries upstream between Cooper Point and Fisher Landing Point. The daily creel limit for striped bass and their hybrids would be 1, and the minimum size limit would be 18, and no fish between 22 and 27 inches in length. I would also say that the Division of Marine Fisheries is also changing their regulations to provide regulatory consistency in coastal waters. And I think I've mentioned before, Joint Waters already has this rule in place, but the season has been closed there, but it will be open also. Any questions? I would also mention we did have a public hearing with 1 attendee, 5 comments, and they were in support. Next, moving on to Bluefish. This would be a temporary rule to increase the daily limit from 3 to 5. Public hearing was held on the 22nd. We had one respondent in support. We had no attendees at the public hearing. But this also is in concordance with what Marine Fisheries is doing and goes along with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission.
Write a letter or something on that one, the Division of Marine Fisheries?
They did, yes, sir. They wrote us they did write us a letter.
Sounded like they weren't in favor of this.
They are in favor of us having the rule change from 3 to 5. Their statements would be that we do not have regulatory authority over Bluefish that in their letter, which is incorrect, but.
Okay.
Same old argument.
Yeah, I got you. That's what I
And
thought it was.
Yeah, you'll see all of these in the exhibits tomorrow for your approval. You ready to move on to temporary notice of text? All right. So this will be for notice of text. The Division of Marine Fisheries, their proclamation for Sheep's Head to modify the size and creel limit will take place on March the 1st of this year. We are proposing a temporary rule. This will decrease the daily creel limit from 10 to 5 fish and increase the minimum size limit from 10 to 14 inches in inland fishing waters and joint fishing waters by hook and line. And this is to be consistent with that proclamation that will happen March the 1st.
What is our current? What is our current on Sheep's Head?
The current is a daily creel limit of 10 and a minimum size limit of 10 inches. That is the current rule. So we'll go from being able to catch 10 fish to 5 fish, and we'll go from 10 inches to 14 inches minimum length.
Just to match up with them.
Yes, sir. This is a part of their Sheep's Head Fisheries Management Plan.
Do you support that management plan, Corey, or do we support that? Do we support?
Yes, sir. We recommend that we do adopt this rule. I support that in that we have regulatory authority of Sheep's Head in inland waters and in joint waters by hook and line, but we don't manage that species specifically. Like, we don't have the data. We're relying on Division of Marine Fisheries data for that information.
Okay, we feel like it's good data.
Well, I don't. Well, I'm not saying it's good or bad. What I'm saying is that we don't even have that data, if that makes sense. Like, for us to review or anything like that, we rely on them to manage that species. But we have regulatory authority in inland and joint fishing waters, and we're trying to keep it consistent so that we're for the public.
EMF will own the outcome, their management regardless.
Right.
You'll see this tomorrow. Thank you.
We'll call on Will Casola for periodic rules review.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Bear with me on one more rule item. Today, I'll be presenting the initial determinations for our second iteration of the periodic rules review process. And just a little background to bring everybody up to speed, if you're not familiar with this, North Carolina General Statute 150B 21.3A requires all state agencies to review and readopt all their existing rules every 10 years. We have a total of 439 rules. This includes all rules in subchapters 10A through 10K, plus the joint rules that we adopt with the Marine Fisheries Commission. And those are both in section 10 CO200 and 03Q 100. The first step in this process is to review and classify existing rules as either necessary or unnecessary. Staff went through all 439 rules and gave a classification of necessary. Additionally, if a rule is required to implement a federal regulation, the agency provides that citation. So after approving the initial determinations, the public may comment on the determinations for 60 days. The agency then reviews and responds to those comments before submitting our final review and final report to the Rules Review Commission and the Joint Legislative Administrative Procedures Oversight Committee. Lastly, we will work with the Office of Administrative Hearing to negotiate on a readoption timeline. So just to give you a rundown of what these look like, all of these reports can be found in Exhibit Q of your agenda packet. They're broken down by subchapter, rule section, and then individual rule. In column 6, you can see they're all marked as necessary. And then in column 7, just beyond that, you can see either a federal regulation citation if there is one. In other words, it's just marked as no citation associated with that rule. Tomorrow, you all are scheduled to vote on this. Staff will be recommending approval of these initial determinations and an opening to that 60-day comment period. Are there any questions on these initial determinations or the periodic review process? Thank you.
So I would like to call in Travis Casper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to be brief, in full disclosure. First hope that Sydney Brown, who pulled all this stuff together, our development and evaluation supervisor on my team. She was originally on task to do the presentation, and Carissa Daniel, our education engagement manager, she was going to jump in. Carissa's under the weather. Sydney is actually at a conference for AFA meeting on wildlife viewing and tourism, which kind of ties into this. But a brief history about 18 months to 2 years ago, a group of staff members came together here within the agency, including wildlife education, conservation policy and analysis with Carrie's team, land and water access with Aaron Barnes' team, and came together and started brainstorming a way to kind of to inform people about wildlife. And it came out of conversations that actually were kind of happening with Kelly Davis at the time. And we had a lot of interest with a camera, a wildlife camera to follow some species out there. And we identified a place to do this on barn islands that isn't showing up. At your places, there is a handout on Who's Next Door, and it does have audio if you have it running in the background. Who's Next Door kind of gives you the information on the project. I want to shout out Joe Macho from Land and Water Access, the technician. He's done a lot of the work on the ground and getting our solar cells up. We're using cameras through HD. We're using cameras that are streamed through a company called HD on Tap. That's actually streamed through our website, linked back to our website. And if you go on our handout, we've got the web link, ncwildlife.org, ncwildlife.gov/OwlCams. You can get this live feed link right here. The owl is inside of a nest box. We do have a couple other cameras. We learn a lot. We haven't done much marketing on this yet because it has been a little bit of a learning curve. Everybody's very familiar with the weather this winter. And the solar cameras, we're finding the limitations of that. We're finding the limitations of the streaming data on the Starlink system that we're using for the internet. We're making great strides. This is actually on the inside of the box. We've had the other cameras turned off for various reasons. We'll turn those back on as activity starts getting more with those. So the team has worked very hard on this. Islands first showed up on December the 15th. We were very excited to see that. Or a little bit later when we thought, but they showed up. They pulled a little bit of a disappearing act. Biologists educated us on what was going on there. So, but now they all starting to exhibit their nesting behavior. So we're going to see more activity. This was a true partnership agency. I mean, we relied on everybody. We had some purchasing hurdles that we had to go through. We had some hurdles that we had to negotiate through engineering. We work with wildlife management, but it's been a true agency effort to get this up and going. And we just wanted to share it with y'all for you to kind of see what we've been working on, and feel free to share the link. Yes, sir.
What type of cameras are you using?
I'm not sure, to be honest, right off the top of my head. It's a package that they work with some other states. And with this HD on Tap, that's the kind of the vendor that's streaming it, hosting it for us, the camera setup that they recommend.
Starlink? Is that? Is this something you think could be done? We're getting ready to put wood duck boxes. If we got a camera like system like this, you think
It possibly could be related to something like that. Yes, sir.
Real quick, I'm noticing shadows in there. Is there a light on in that box?
Yeah, it gotta be. It's gotta be something, some type of light.
I'm wondering if that's disruptive at all.
There's a little picture in this corner that shows kind of a camera mounted, and then I don't know if that's could be the strobe light or if that's just what, I don't know what that is, but look on your, that picture's kind of, that's probably infrared. Well, it looks like it. I think it's infrared. They look like.
Oh, is it? Okay, I mean, if you look. This photo that's on the handout we provided, this is without a person that showed up, and they were very wary of the cameras and were looking at the cameras. We did have to go in and hide some stuff, and camouflage some stuff, and kind of tweak it. So they are aware of the cameras. There is one camera that makes a little bit more noise, so we had turned that one off. But we think as they get acclimated, we go and turn it on. But we've had a lot of learning curve on that.
Did you send me the info of the cameras tonight?
Yes, sir.
If you could reserve.
That would do that.
So you said they showed up. Where did they show up?
They come in somewhere around in November, so I guess they're coming from up north, and I'm looking around. I mean, I'm not a biologist,
So this site is on our game lands. It's an old barn structure. It's on our game lands, and our technicians have noticed owl activity in for many years. So they leave, they migrate and come back in. So we know that they were coming to this site. That's why we picked this site and put these cameras in. But yeah,
Interesting, we don't know where they're coming from.
they just showed up where they traveled to. And I do know, I did learn this, when they disappeared for a little while, apparently there's some silos or something nearby, and they'll hang out in those silos too, and they disappeared there for a little while. We had confirmation they were there, and then they changed back up to another box. But they're native. There.
Barnhouse?
They just native.
Yeah, yeah, they're native, they've lost nesting sites, and that's why these boxes are really beneficial. We do have them as a special concern species. This is great to show people, what they'll use, where they are, possibly what they're feeding on.
Pretty cool. That is cool.
They eat lots and lots of mice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've got some of the cameras, people put the trail cameras in their box stands.
Wood shavings they're on?
Yes, sir.
It's great, great effort, and good to see that successful from the beginning, so. Executive Director of Riggs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'll try to keep this from being confusing. Last October, we had moved our commission meeting based on the Wine, Wheels and Wildlife. And so as we were setting up and y'all approved the schedule, last October, we tried to set it up so that it wouldn't fall on that weekend. So we went to the same week that we had chose last weekend after the fact. Lo and behold, their schedule just came out, and it is now on the October 14th, which is committee meeting day schedule. And so what we're asking of y'all is, would y'all like to move that meeting back to October 21st, so that the subsequent week? And if so, we'll have an exhibit item next commission meeting for y'all to move that meeting officially.
So, please.
Any concerns with that? Okay, then we'll have an exhibit for y'all in the next commission meeting. Thank you.
Any, thank you, Executive Director. Any additional comments, topics?
Brad, could you restate the fact about possums that you told me at lunch today? I found that very interesting for all this learned group.
The possum will eliminate 5,000 ticks in a season by grooming itself, pulling the ticks off and eating them. When my dad heard that, he said he'll never kill another possum.
Did anybody know that?
Wow. Body, I think they ate a lot of ticks.
I'm grossed out now, thank you.
I've seen it on them previously, so, yeah.
Thank you, Brad.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sort of an attaboy, not too long ago, I was up in McDowell County and with my two grandsons, my daughter and my son-in-law, we went to the McDowell County shooting range. And we had an absolutely terrific experience there with the staff and the facilities and everything else up there. So attaboy and attagirl to the crowd up there, they did a beautiful job, thank you.
Well done, report it. Last commission meeting, Rachel was kind enough to present us with a special feature about the lamb's muscles and how it creates a lure to attract audience out there. And she had several still photos at events. And I think all of us that saw it would agree it was an incredible story about the lamb. After the meeting, I said, Rachel, I said, would you send me those pictures? I got some friends that I know would be fascinated about learning about the lamb muscle. And she said, Tommy, I can do better than that. She said the state of Missouri has a YouTube 3-minute, 40-second video of the life. And it's it's not a lamb muscle. It's called a lamb sissel, SISSEL muscle. And it will show you and narrate the entire life cycle of everything I presented today in video form and narration, 3 hours and 46 minutes. And I have not shown it to anybody that when it was over said, Tommy, that is unbelievable. So I'm just sharing that with y'all that if anybody had it, you can just go on YouTube and Google or you do lamb muscle, lamb sissel muscle.
Tell this one again, please.
Fast, thank you. And thank you, Rachel, and all of y'all, all of you see now. Everything you're about is incredibly fascinating.
Any other comments, questions? All right, we will adjourn. Dinner tonight, Ken